100 to 115, the thousands. Verse 100, one pacifying word is noble. A single beneficial word which upon hearing one becomes tranquil, is much better than 1,000 sayings, comprising of useless words. Story related to Dhammapada verse 100, Dhammapada while residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 100 with reference to Dhammapada, the executioner of thieves. Dhammapada served the king as an executioner of thieves for 55 years. He had just retired from that post. One day, after preparing rice gruel at his house, he went to the river for a bath and intended to eat rice gruel on his return. As he was about to take the rice gruel, Venerable Sariputta, who had just arisen from sustained absorption and concentration, Jnana Samapatti, stood at his door for alms food. Seeing the Thera, Dhammapada thought to himself, "Throughout my life, I have been executing thieves, now I should offer this food to the Thera to make merits." So, he invited Venerable Sariputta to come in and respectfully offered the rice gruel. After the meal, the Thera taught him the Dhamma, but Dhammapada could not concentrate because he was so agitated of his life as an executioner. When the Thera knew this, he decided to trick Dhammapada tactfully whether he killed the thieves, because he wished to kill them or because he was ordered to do so. Dhammapada answered that he was ordered to kill them by the king and that he had no wish to kill. Then the Thera asked, "If that is so, would you be guilty or not?" Dhammapada then concluded that, as he was not responsible for the evil deeds, he was not guilty. He calmed down and requested the Thera to continue his exposition of the Dhamma. As he listened to the Dhamma with proper attention, he came very close to attaining Sotapaddi Magga, first stage of enlightenment, and reached as far as Vipassana insight after the discourse. Dhammapada accompanied Thera. Sariputta for some distance and then returned home. On his way home, a cow, actually a demon in the guise of a cow, gored him to death. When the Buddha came to the congregation of the bhikkhus in the evening, they informed him about the death of Dhammapada. When asked where Dhammapada was reborn, the Buddha told them that although Dhammapada had committed evil deeds throughout his life, because he comprehended the Dhamma after hearing it from Thera Sariputta, and had already attained Vipassana insight before he died, he was reborn in the Tusadadeva world. The bhikkhus wondered how such an evildoer could have such great benefit after listening to the Dhamma just once. To them the Buddha said that the length of a discourse is of no consequence, for one single word of sense can produce much benefit. In other words, a single meaningful beneficial word is better than 1,000 senseless meaningless words. Verse 101, better than 1,000 useless verses. A meaningful one-line verse, which makes one tranquil upon hearing, is better than 1,000 meaningless verses collected together. Story related to Dhammapada verse 102, Bahyadara Syria. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 101 with reference to Bahyadara Syria. A group of merchants went out to sea in a boat, but their boat was wrecked at sea, and only one of them survived. The only survivor held on to a plank and eventually came to land at the port of Saparaka. As he was naked, he tied the plank to his body, got hold of a bowl, and sat in a place where people could see him. Passers-by gave him rice and gruel. Some thought he was an arahant and talked in praise of him. Some brought clothes for him to wear, but he refused, fearing that by wearing clothes, people would give less to him. As some said that he was an arahant, he mistakenly came to think that he really was one. Thus, because he was a man of wrong views who wears a piece of wood as his clothing, thus he came to be known as Bahyadara Syria. At about this time, Mahabrahma, who had been his friend in one of his previous lives, saw him going astray and felt that it was his duty to put Baiya on the right path. So, Mahabrahma came to him in the night and said to him, Baiya, you are not an arahant yet, and you do not have the qualities that make one an arahant. Baiya looked up at Mahabrahma and said, yes, I must admit that I am not an arahant, as you have said. I now realize that I have done a great wrong. But is there anyone else in this world now who is an arahant? Mahabrahma then told him that there lived in Savatthi Gautama Buddha, an arahant, who was perfectly self-enlightened. Baiya, realizing the enormity of his guilt, felt very much distressed and ran all the way to Savatthi looking for the Buddha. Mahabrahma helped him by his supernormal power, so that the whole stretch of 120 yojanas was covered in one night. Baiya found the Buddha going on an alms round with other bhikkhus and respectfully followed him. He pleaded with the Buddha to teach him the Dhamma, but the Buddha replied that since they were on an alms round it was not yet the time for a religious discourse. And for a second time again, Baiya pleaded, Venerable Sir, one cannot know the danger to your life or to my life. We could die any time and I will miss out on the teaching, so please talk to me about the Dhamma. The Buddha knew that Baiya had made a long journey there in one night, and also that he was overwhelmed with joy at seeing the Buddha. That was why the Buddha did not want to talk about the Dhamma immediately, but wanted him to calm down first so that he will then be able to take in the Dhamma properly. Still, Baiya persistently pleaded for the third time. So while standing on the road, the Buddha said to Baiya, Baiya, when you see an object, be conscious of just the visible object. When you hear a sound, be conscious of just the sound. When you smell or taste or touch something, be conscious of just the smell, the taste or the touch. And when you think of anything, be conscious of just the mind object. After hearing the above discourse, Baiya attained arahantship and he asked permission from the Buddha to join the order. The Buddha told him to get the robes, the bowl, and other requisites of a bhikkhu. On his way to get them, he was gored to death by a cow, which was, in fact, an ogress in the likeness of a cow. When the Buddha and the other bhikkhus came out after having had their meal, they found Baiya lying dead on a rubbish heap. As instructed by the Buddha, the bhikkhus cremated the body of Baiya and had his bones enshrined in a stupa. Back at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha told the bhikkhus that Baiya had realized nibbana. He also told them that as far as speed was concerned in attaining Magga insight, Abhina, Baiya was the fastest, the best, at Adagam. The bhikkhus were puzzled by the statement made by the Buddha, and they asked him why, and when Baiya became an arahant. To this, the Buddha replied, Baiya attained arahantship while he listened to my instructions given to him on the road when we were on the alms round. The bhikkhus wondered how one could attain arahantship after listening to just a few sentences of the Dhamma. So, the Buddha told them that the number of words or the length of a speech did not matter if it was beneficial to someone. In other words, a meaningful beneficial verse is a better advantage than a single useless verse. Verse 102 to 103, Self-conquest is the best victory. Better than the recitation of 100 verses that are senseless and unconnected with the realization of nibbana, is the recitation of a single verse of the teaching, if on hearing it one is calmed. A man may conquer 1,000,000 men in battle, but one who conquers himself is the greatest of conquerors. Story related to Dhammapada verse 102 to 103, Theri Kundalakasi. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 102 and 103 with reference to Theri Kundalakasi. Kundalakasi was the daughter of a rich man from Rajagaha. One day, she happened to see a thief being led out to be killed, and she immediately fell in love with him. Her parents had to pay for the freedom of the thief, and they married her off to him. Although she loved her husband very dearly, her husband, being a thief, was only attracted to her property and her jewels. One day, he coaxed her to put on all her jewelry and led her to a mountain, saying that he wanted to make some offerings to the guardian spirit of the mountain, because that guardian spirit had saved his life when he was about to be killed. Kundalakasi went along with her husband, but when they reached their destination, the thief revealed that he intended to kill her and take her jewels. She pleaded with him to take her jewels, but to spare her life, but it was of no avail. She realized that if she did not get rid of her husband, there would be no escape for her. She felt she must be cautious, so she said wanted to hug him for one last time. Pretending to embrace him one last time, she pushed him off the cliff. After this, she had no desire to return home. She left all her jewelry hanging on a tree, and went on her way, without any idea where she was going. She happened to come to a place of some parabhajikas, female wandering ascetics, and she herself became a parabhajikas. The parabhajikas taught her all their 1,000 problems in sophistry. Being intelligent, she mastered all of them within a short time. Then her teachers told her to go out into the world, and if she should find somebody who could answer all her questions, to become a pupil to him. Kundalakasi went throughout the length and breadth of Jambudvipa, openly challenging everyone else to compete with her. So she came to be known as Jambuka Parabhajika. On one occasion, she came to Savatthi. Before entering the city for alms food, she made a mound of sand and stuck a branch of eugenia on it, her usual sign of invitation to all others to take up her challenge. Venerable Sariputta took up her challenge. Kundalakasi asked him 1,000 questions, and Thera Sariputta answered them all. When his turn came, he asked her just this: "What is the one?" Ekam Nama Kim. Kundalakasi could not answer, so she asked Thera Sariputta to teach her the answer to the question. Thera Sariputta replied that she should first become a bhikkhuni, nun, so she ordained by the name of Theri Kundalakasi. Within a few days, she became an arahat. Soon after this, the bhikkhus asked the Buddha, how could it be possible for Bhikkhuni Kundalakasi to become an arahat after listening to so little Dhamma? They also added that this lady had fought and won a victory over her husband, who was a thief, before she became a parabhajika. The Buddha then spoke on the efficacy of words of truth and on the importance of self-conquest. In other words, instead of listening to 1,000 useless and meaningless verses, it is more beneficial to listen to one single useful beneficial verse. One who has conquers one's defilements is more victorious than one who has fought many battles. Verse 104-105, Victory over oneself is unequaled. Self-conquest is far greater than the conquest of others. Neither a deity nor a celestial musician, nor Mara with Brahma, can overturn the victory of one who is self-possessed and restrained. Story related to Dhammapada verse 104 to 105, Brahmananathapakaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 104 and 105 with reference to Anathapakaka, a Brahmin. On one occasion, a Brahmin by the name of Anathapakaka came to the Buddha and said to him, "Venerable Sir, I think that you know only the practices that are beneficial, but not the practices that are unbeneficial." Buddha replied that he also knew the practices which were unbeneficial and harmful. Then the Buddha enumerated 6 practices which cause dissipation of wealth. They are: 1. Sleeping until the sun has risen, 2. Habitual idleness, 3. Cruelty, 4. Indulgence in intoxicants, which causes drunkenness and negligence, 5. Sauntering alone in streets at unearthly hours, and 6. Sexual misconduct. Then the Buddha asked the Brahmin how he earned his living, and the Brahmin replied that he earned his living by gambling. Next, the Buddha asked him whether he won or lost. When the Brahmin answered that he sometimes lost and sometimes won, the Buddha said to him, "To win in a game of dice is nothing compared to a victory over moral defilements." In other words, to conquer one's own defilements is more victorious than conquering others. Verse 106, a moment's honor to the worthy is best. Even if one make offerings to ordinary people month after month for 100 years. If only for a moment, one honors a bhikkhu who has practiced insight development, this homage is indeed better than 100 years of making offerings. Story related to Dhammapada 106, Tharasaripada's uncle. While residing at the Velayavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 106 with reference to a Brahmin, who was the maternal uncle of Tharasaripada. On one occasion, Tharasaripada asked his uncle the Brahmin whether he was doing any meritorious deeds. The Brahmin answered that he was making offerings to the value of 1,000 kahapanas every month to the Nigantha ascetics, hoping to get to the Brahma world in his next existence. Tharasaripada then explained to him that his teachers had given him false hopes, and that they themselves did not know the way to the Brahma world. Then he took his uncle the Brahmin to the Buddha, and requested the Buddha to expound the Dhamma, which would surely take one to the Brahma world. The Buddha said to the Brahmin, "Brahmin, an offering of a spoonful of alms food to a bhikkhu would be much better than your present offering of 1,000 kahapanas to your teachers." In other words, to honor a well-disciplined bhikkhu is more meritorious and beneficial than donating a $1,000 to ordinary people. Verse 107, better than a century of fire sacrifice. even if one tends the sacred fire in the forest for a century. If only for a moment one pays homage to a bhikkhu who has perfected himself, that honor is better than a century of fire sacrifice. Story related to Dhammapada verse 107, Therasaripada's nephew. While residing at the Velluvana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 107 with reference to Therasaripada's nephew. On one occasion, Therasariputta asked his nephew, a Brahmin, whether he was doing any meritorious deeds. His nephew answered that he had been sacrificing a goat in fire worship every month, hoping to get to the Brahma world in his next existence. Therasariputta then explained to him that his teachers had given him false hopes, and that they themselves did not know the way to the Brahma world. Then he took his nephew the young Brahmin to the Buddha. There, the Buddha taught him the Dhamma that would lead one to the Brahma world and said to the Brahmin, young Brahmin, paying homage to the bhikkhus for a moment would be far better than making sacrifices in fire worship for 100 years. In other words, paying homage to a true enlightened arahant is much better than doing sacrifices, which is not meritorious. Verse 108, better than sacrificial slaughter. In this world, one may make sacrificial offerings/gifts all the year round in order to gain merit. But all these offerings are not worth a quarter of the merit gained by worshipping the noble ones, Aryas, who walk the right path. Story related to Dhammapada verse 108, Therasariputta's friend. While residing at the Velluvana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 108 with reference to a friend of Therasariputta. On one occasion, Therasariputta asked his friend, a Brahmin, whether he was doing any meritorious deeds, and he replied that he had been making sacrificial offerings on a big scale, hoping to get to the Brahma world in his next existence. Therasariputta told him that his teachers had given him false hopes, and that they themselves did not know the way to the Brahma world. Then he took his friend to the Buddha, who showed him the way to the Brahma world. To the friend of Therasariputta, the Buddha said, Brahman, worshipping the noble ones, Aryas, only for a moment is better than making sacrificial offerings, great and small, throughout the year. In other words, even if one were to make many sacrificial offerings all year round, it is more meritorious to worship an arahant even for one moment. Verse 109, honoring venerables yields 4 benefits. One who always respects and honors those who are older and more virtuous will have 4 benefits, namely longevity, beauty, happiness, and strength, which will increase. Story related to Dhammapada verse 109, Ayurvedhana Kumara. While residing in a village monastery near Digalangaka, the Buddha uttered verse 109 with reference to Ayurveda Kumara. Once, there were two ascetics who practiced religious austerities, tapacaranam, for 48 years together. Later, one of the two left the hermit life and got married. After a son was born, the family visited the old hermit and paid obeisance to him. To the parents the hermit said, "May you live long," but he said nothing to the child. The parents were puzzled and asked the hermit the reason for his silence. The hermit told them that the child would live only 7 more days, and that he did not know how to prevent his death, but Gautama Buddha might know. So the parents took the child to the Buddha. When they paid obeisance to the Buddha, he also said, "May you live long," to the parents only and not to the child. The Buddha also predicted the impending death of the child. To prevent his death, the parents were told to build a pavilion at the entrance to the house and put the child on a couch in the pavilion. Then some bhikkhus were sent there to recite the Paritas, protection discourse, for 7 days. On the 7th day, the Buddha himself came to that pavilion, and the devas from all over the universe also came. At that time, the ogre Avarudaka was at the entrance, waiting for a chance to take the child away. But as more powerful devas arrived, the ogre had to step back and make room for them, so that he had to stay at a place far away from the child. That whole night, recitation of Paritas continued, thus protecting the child. The next day, the child was taken up from the couch and made to pay obeisance to the Buddha. This time, the Buddha said, "May you live long," to the child. When asked how long the child would live, the Buddha replied that he would live up to 120 years. So the child was named Ayurvedana. When the child grew up, he went about the country with a company of 500 fellow devotees. One day, they came to the Jetavana monastery, and the bhikkhus, recognizing him, asked the Buddha, "For beings, is there any means of gaining longevity?" To this question the Buddha answered, "By respecting and honoring the elders and those who are wise and virtuous, one would gain not only longevity, but also beauty, happiness, and strength." In other words, if one shows respects and honors the wise virtuous elders, then one will benefit with increase in lifespan, beauty, happiness, and strength. Verse 110, better than 100 years. Compared to one who live a 100 years leading immoral and uncontrolled life, it is better to live a single day morally and absorbed in meditative states. Story related to Dhammapada verse 110, Samanara Samkhika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 110 with reference to Samanara Samkhika. On one occasion, 30 monks each took a subject of meditation from the Buddha and left for a large village away from Savatthi. At that time, 500 robbers were staying in a thick jungle and they wanted to make an offering of human flesh and blood to the guardian spirits of the forest. So they came to the village monastery and demanded that one monk be given up to them for sacrifice to the guardian spirits. The young Samanera, accompanied by 500 new monks, returned to the village monastery, and the 30 bhikkhus felt very much relieved and happy on seeing him. Then Samkhika and the 500 bhikkhus continued on their way to pay respect to Therasariputta, his teacher, at the Jetavana monastery. After seeing Therasariputta, they went to pay homage to the Buddha. When told what had happened, the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, if you rob or steal and commit all sorts of evil deeds, your life would be useless, even if you were to live 100 years. Living a virtuous life even for a single day is much better than 100 years of a life of depravity." In other words, living a single day ethically and meditating is much better than living up to 100 years old doing immoral deeds. Verse 111, a wise one's life is great. Though one should live 100 years of evil understanding and uncomposed, better is living one single day possessed of wisdom and absorbed in higher meditative states. Story related to Dhammapada verse 111, Kanakandana. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 111 with reference to Kanakandana. Therakandana, after taking a subject of meditation from the Buddha, went into the jungle to practice meditation and there attained arahantship. Coming back to pay homage to the Buddha, he stopped along the way because he was very tired. He sat on a large stone slab, meditated and was fixed in jhana concentration. Then 500 robbers, after looting a large village, came to the place where the Thera was. Taking him for a tree stump, they put their bundles of loot all over and around the body of the Thera. When day broke, they realized that what they took to be a tree stump was, in fact, a living being. They thought it was an ogre and ran away in fright. The Thera revealed to them that he was only a monk and not an ogre, and told them not to get frightened. The robbers were awed by his words and asked his pardon for having wronged him. Then all the robbers requested the Thera to admit them into the order. Due to this incident, Therakandana came to be known as Kanakandana, tree stump Kandana. The Thera, accompanied by the new bhikkhus, went to the Buddha and told him all that had happened. To them the Buddha said, "To live for 100 years in ignorance, doing foolish things, is useless. Now that you have seen the truth and have become wise, your life of one day as a wise man is much more worthwhile." In other words, better is to live one day wisely than to live 100 ignorant foolish lives. Verse 112, better than a century of laziness. Better than 100 years lived lazily and with little effort. Is one single day lived with energy aroused and with intense effort. Story related to Dhammapada verse 112, Therasapadasa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 112 with reference to Therasapadasa. Once a bhikkhu was not feeling happy with the life of a monk. At the same time, he felt that it would be improper and humiliating for him to return to the life of a lay person. So he thought it would be better to die. Thus, he put his hand into a pot where there was a snake, but the snake did not bite him. This was because in a past existence the snake was a slave and the monk was his master. Because of this incident, the bhikkhu was known as Therasapadasa, snake slave elder. On another occasion, Therasapadasa took a razor to cut his throat, but as he placed the razor on his throat he reflected on the purity of his morality practice throughout his life as a monk, and his whole body was suffused with delightful satisfaction, pity, and bliss, sukha. Then detaching himself from pity, he directed his mind to the development of insight knowledge and soon attained arahatship, and he returned to the monastery. On arrival at the monastery, other monks asked him where he had been and why he took the knife along with him. When he told them about his intention to take his life, they asked him why he did not do so. He answered, "I originally intended to cut my throat with this knife, but I have now cut off all moral defilements with the knife of insight knowledge." The, the monks did not believe him, so they went to the Buddha and asked, "Venerable Sir, this monk claims that he has attained arahantship as he was about to kill himself. Is it possible to attain arahata enlightenment, within such a short time?" To them the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, yes, it is possible. For one who is zealous and strenuous in the practice of tranquility and insight development, arahantship can be gained in an instant. As the bhikkhu walks in meditation, he can attain arahantship even before his raised foot touches the ground." In other words, it is better to live one day striving in effort to practice the Noble Eightfold Path than living 100 years idly without any effort. Verse 113, realizing impermanence is best. Better than 100 years lived unaware of the rise and fall of conditioned things. Is one single day lived aware of the rise and fall of conditioned things. Story related to Dhammapada verse 113, Nunpada Kara. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 113 with reference to Padakara. Padakara was the daughter of a rich man from Savatthi. She was very beautiful and was guarded very strictly by her parents. But one day, she eloped with a young male attendant of the family and went to live in a village, as a poor man's wife. In due course she became pregnant, and as the time for confinement drew near, she asked permission from her husband to return to her parents in Savatthi, but her husband discouraged her. So, one day, while her husband was away, she set out for the home of her parents. Her husband followed her and caught up with her on the way and pleaded with her to return with him, but she refused. It so happened that as her time was drawing so near, she had to give birth to a son in one of the bushes. After the birth of her son, she returned home with her husband. Then, she was pregnant again with a second child, and as the time for confinement drew near, taking her son with her, she again set out for the home of her parents in Savatthi. Her husband followed her and caught up with her on the way, but her time for delivery was coming on very fast, and it was also raining hard. The husband looked for a suitable place for confinement, and while he was clearing a little patch of land, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, and died instantaneously. Padakara waited for her husband, and while waiting for his return, she gave birth to her second son. In the morning, she searched for her husband, but only found his dead body. Saying to herself that her husband died on account of her, she continued on her way to her parents. As it had rained incessantly the whole night, the river Asravati was in spate, so it was not possible for her to cross the river carrying both her sons. Leaving the elder boy on this side of the river, she crossed the stream with her one-day-old son and left him on the other bank. She then came back for the elder boy. While she was still in the middle of the river, a large hawk hovered over the younger child, taking it for a piece of meat. She shouted to frighten away the bird, but it was all in vain. The child was carried away by the hawk. Meanwhile, the elder boy heard his mother shouting from the middle of the stream and thought she was calling out to him to come to her. So he entered the stream to go to his mother, and was carried away by the strong current. Thus, Padakara lost her two sons as well as her husband. So she wept and lamented loudly, "A son is carried away by a hawk, another son is carried away by the current, my husband is bitten by a poisonous snake." Then, she saw a man from Savatthi, and she tearfully asked after her parents. The man replied that due to a violent storm in Savatthi the previous night, the house of her parents had fallen down, and that both her parents together with her three brothers had died, and had been cremated on one funeral pyre. The crowd, seeing her coming, tried to stop her, saying, "Don't let the mad woman come in." But the Buddha told them not to prevent her coming in. When Padakara was close enough to hear him, he told her to be careful and to keep calm. Then, she realized that she did not have her skirt on and shamefacedly sat down. Someone gave her a piece of cloth and she wrapped herself up in it. She then told the Buddha how she had lost her sons, her husband, her brothers, and her parents. The Buddha said to her, "Padakara, have no fear, you have now come to one who can protect you and guide you. Throughout this round of existences, samsara, the amount of tears you have shed on account of the death of your sons, husbands, parents, and brothers is voluminous. It is even more than the waters of the four oceans." The Buddha expounded to her the Animataga Sutta, which dealt with countless existences, and she felt relieved. Then, the Buddha added that one should not think too much about those who were gone, but that one should purify oneself and strive to realize nibbana. On hearing this exhortation from the Buddha, Padakara attained Sotapaddy fruition, stream winner. Then Padakara ordained as a nun. One day, she was cleaning her feet with water from a water pot. As she poured the water for the first time, it flowed only a short distance and disappeared. Then she poured for the second time and the water went a little farther, but the water she poured for the third time went the farthest. As she looked at the flow and the disappearance of water poured cut successively for 3 times, she came to perceive clearly the 3 stages in the life of beings. The Buddha, seeing her through supernormal power from the Jetavana monastery, sent forth his radiance and appeared to her in person. He then said to her, "Padakara, you are now on the right track, and you now have the true perception of the 5 aggregates, khandhas. One who does not perceive the impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and insubstantiality of the aggregates is useless, even if he were to live for 100 years." At the end of the discourse, Padakara attained arahantship. In other words, living one day realizing the impermanence nature of all conditioned things is better than living 100 years not knowing. Verse 113, realizing impermanence is best. Better than 100 years lived unaware of the rise and fall of conditioned things. Is one single day lived aware of the rise and fall of conditioned things. Story related to Dhammapada verse 113, Nun Padakara. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 113 with reference to Padakara. Padakara Hera was the daughter of a rich man from Savatthi. She was very beautiful and was guarded very strictly by her parents. But one day, she eloped with a young male attendant of the family and went to live in a village, as a poor man's wife. In due course she became pregnant, and as the time for confinement drew near, she asked permission from her husband to return to her parents in Savatthi, but her husband discouraged her. So, one day, while her husband was away, she set out for the home of her parents. Her husband followed her and caught up with her on the way and pleaded with her to return with him, but she refused. It so happened that as her time was drawing so near, she had to give birth to a son in one of the bushes. After the birth of her son, she returned home with her husband. Then, she was pregnant again with a second child, and as the time for confinement drew near taking her son with her, she again set out for the home of her parents in Savatthi. Her husband followed her and caught up with her on the way, but her time for delivery was coming on very fast, and it was also raining hard. The husband looked for a suitable place for confinement, and while he was clearing a little patch of land, he was bitten by a poisonous snake, and died instantaneously. Padikara waited for her husband, and while waiting for his return, she gave birth to her second son. In the morning, she searched for her husband, but only found his dead body. Saying to herself that her husband died on account of her, she continued on her way to her parents. As it had rained incessantly the whole night, the river Asravati was in spate, so it was not possible for her to cross the river carrying both her sons. Leaving the elder boy on this side of the river, she crossed the stream with her one-day-old son and left him on the other bank. She then came back for the elder boy. While she was still in the middle of the river, a large hawk hovered over the younger child, taking it for a piece of meat. She shouted to frighten away the bird, but it was all in vain. The child was carried away by the hawk. Meanwhile, the elder boy heard his mother shouting from the middle of the stream and thought she was calling out to him to come to her. So he entered the stream to go to his mother, and was carried away by the strong current. Thus, Padikara lost her two sons as well as her husband. So she wept and lamented loudly. A son is carried away by a hawk, another son is carried away by the current, my husband is bitten by a poisonous snake. Then, she saw a man from Savatthi, and she tearfully asked after her parents. The man replied that due to a violent storm in Savatthi the previous night, the house of her parents had fallen down, and that both her parents together with her three brothers had died, and had been cremated on one funeral pyre. Upon hearing this tragic news, Padikara went stark mad. She did not even notice that her clothes had fallen off from her and that she was half naked. She went about the streets, shouting out her woes. While the Buddha was giving a discourse at the Jetavana monastery, he saw Padikara at a distance, so he willed that she should come to the congregation. The crowd, seeing her coming, tried to stop her, saying, "Don't let the mad woman come in." But the Buddha told them not to prevent her coming in. When Padakara was close enough to hear him, he told her to be careful and to keep calm. Then, she realized that she did not have her skirt on and shamefacedly sat down. Someone gave her a piece of cloth and she wrapped herself up in it. She then told the Buddha how she had lost her sons, her husband, her brothers, and her parents. The Buddha said to her, "Padakara, have no fear, you have now come to one who can protect you and guide you. Throughout this round of existences, samsara, the amount of tears you have shed on account of the death of your sons, husbands, parents, and brothers is voluminous. It is even more than the waters of the four oceans." The Buddha expounded to her the Animataga Sutta, which dealt with countless existences, and she felt relieved. Then, the Buddha added that one should not think too much about those who were gone, but that one should purify oneself and strive to realize nibbana. On hearing this exhortation from the Buddha, Padakara attained Sotapaddy fruition, stream winner. Then Padakara ordained as a nun. One day, she was cleaning her feet with water from a water pot. As she poured the water for the first time, it flowed only a short distance and disappeared. Then she poured for the second time and the water went a little farther, but the water she poured for the third time went the farthest. As she looked at the flow and the disappearance of water poured cut successively for 3 times, she came to perceive clearly the 3 stages in the life of beings. The Buddha, seeing her through supernormal power from the Jetavana monastery, sent forth his radiance and appeared to her in person. He then said to her, "Padakara, you are now on the right track, and you now have the true perception of the 5 aggregates, khandhas. One who does not perceive the impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and insubstantiality of the aggregates is useless, even if he were to live for 100 years." At the end of the discourse, Padakara attained arahantship. In other words, living one day realizing the impermanence nature of all conditioned things is better than living a 100 years not knowing. Verse 114, seeing Nibbana is the best. Better than 100 years lived unaware of the deathless state. Is one single day lived aware of the deathless state, Nibbana. Story related to Dhammapada verse 114, Elder Nun Kisagotami. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, THC Buddha uttered verse 114 with reference to Kisagotami. Kisagotami was the daughter of a rich man from Savatthi. She was known as Kisagotami because of her slim body. Kisagotami was married to a rich young man and a son was born to them. The boy died when he was just a toddler, and Kisagami was stricken with grief. Carrying the dead body of her son, she went about asking for medicine that would restore her son to life from everyone she happened to meet. People think that she had gone mad. But a wise man, seeing her condition, said to her, "The Buddha is the person you should approach. He has the medicine you want. Go to him." Thus, she went to the Buddha and asked him to give her the medicine that could bring her dead son back to life. The Buddha told her to get some mustard seeds from a house where there had been no death. Carrying her dead child in her bosom, Kisagami went from house to house with the request for some mustard seeds. Everyone was willing to help her, but she could not find a single house where death had not occurred. Then, she realized that hers was not the only family that had faced death, and that there were more people dead than living. As soon as she realized this, her attitude towards her dead son changed. She was no longer attached to the dead body of her son. She left the corpse in the jungle and returned to the Buddha and reported that she could find no house where death had not occurred. Then the Buddha said, "Gautami, you thought that you were the only one who had lost a son. As you have now realized, death comes to all beings. Before their desires are satiated, death takes them away." On hearing this, Kisagami fully realized the impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and insubstantiality of the aggregates and attained Sotapaddy fruition, stream enterer. Soon afterwards, Kisagami ordained as a nun. One day, as she was lighting the lamps, she saw the flames flaring up and dying out, and suddenly she clearly perceived the arising and the perishing of beings. The Buddha, through supernormal power, saw her from his monastery, and sent forth his radiance and appeared to her in person. Kisagami was told to continue meditating on the impermanent nature of all beings, and to strive hard to realize Nibbana. At the end of the discourse, Theri Kisagami attained arahatship. In other words, it is better to live a single day realizing Nibbana than living 100 years not realizing it. Verse 115, Life of one who knows the teaching is noble. Better than living 100 years unaware of noble Dhamma is one single day lived aware of the noble Dhamma. Story related to Dhammapada 115, Theri Bahupadika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 115 with reference to Bahupadika, a mother of many children. Once in Savatthi, there lived a couple, with their 7 sons and 7 daughters. All the children got married and the family was doing quite well. Then, the father died and the mother kept all the property without giving anything to the children. Her sons and daughters wanted the inheritance, so they said to their mother, "What benefit do we get from our property? Can't we make it multiply? "Can't we look after our mother?" They said such things again and again, so their mother thought that her children would look after her, and she finally divided up the property without leaving anything for herself. After the division of the property, she first went to stay with her eldest son, but her daughter-in-law complained and said, "She has come and stayed with us, as if she has given us 2 shares." So, Bahupadika went to stay with her second son, and the same things were said. Thus, she went from one son to another, from one daughter to the next, but none of them was willing to take her on for a long period of time, and none paid her due respect. The old lady was hurt and felt bitter against her children. She left her family and became a nun. Because she was a mother of many children, she came to be known as Bahupadika. Bahupadika realized that she became a bhikkhuni only in her old age and that she must not be negligent, but must make use of the remaining period of her life to the utmost. So, for the whole night, she meditated on the Dhamma taught by the Buddha. The Buddha, seeing her from the Jetavana monastery, through supernormal power, sent forth the radiance and appeared seated in front of her. Then the Buddha said to her, "The life of one who does not practice the Dhamma taught by me is useless, even if he were to live for 100 years. In other words, if one should practice and learn the Dhamma for a single day is better than living 100 years not practicing the Dhamma." Dhammapada, Chapter 9, Evil, verse 116 to 128. Verse 116, Never hesitate to do good. Be quick to do good deeds. Restrain the mind from evil. He who is sluggish in doing good, his mind delights in evil. Story related to Dhammapada, verse 116, Kulakasataka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 116 with reference to a Brahmin couple by the name of Kulakasataka. There was once a Brahmin couple in Savatthi who had only one outer garment between the two of them. Because of this, they were also known as Ekasataka. As they had only one outer garment, both of them could not go out at the same time. So, the wife would go to listen to the discourse given by the Buddha during the day, and the husband would go at night. One night, as the Brahmin listened to the Buddha, his whole body came to be suffused with delightful satisfaction, and he felt a strong desire to offer the outer garment he was wearing to the Buddha. But he realized that if he were to give away the only outer garment he had, there would be none left for him and his wife. So he wavered and hesitated. Thus, the first and the second watches of the night passed. Came the third watch, and he said to himself, "If I am so miserly and hesitant, I will not be able to avoid falling to the 4 lower worlds, apayas. I shall now offer my outer garment to the Buddha." So saying, he placed the piece of cloth at the feet of the Buddha, and cried out, "I have won," 3 times. King Pasenadi of Kosala, who was among the audience, heard those words and ordered a courtier to investigate. Learning about the Brahman's offering to the Buddha, the king commented that the Brahman had done something which was not easy to do, and so should be rewarded. The king ordered his men to give the Brahman a piece of cloth as a reward for his faith and generosity. The Brahman offered that piece of cloth also to the Buddha, and he was rewarded by the king with 2 pieces of cloth. Again, the Brahman offered the 2 pieces of cloth to the Buddha, and he was rewarded with 4. Thus, he offered to the Buddha whatever was given him by the king, and each time the king doubled his reward. When finally the reward came up to 32 pieces of cloth, the Brahmin kept 1 piece for himself and another for his wife, and offered the remaining 30 pieces to the Buddha. Then, difficult task and so must be rewarded fittingly. The king sent a messenger to the palace to bring 2 pieces of velvet cloth, each of which was worth 100,000, and gave them to the Brahmin. The Brahmin made those 2 pieces of valuable cloth into 2 canopies, and kept one in the perfumed chamber where the Buddha slept and the other in his own house above the place where a bhikkhu was regularly offered alms food. When the king next went to Jatavana monastery to pay homage to the Buddha, he saw the velvet canopy and recognized it as the offering made by the Brahmin, and he was very pleased. This time he made a reward of 7 kinds and 4s, sabakataka, viz., for elephants, for horses, for female slaves, for male slaves, for errand boys, for villages, and 4,000 in cash. When the bhikkhus heard about this, they asked the Buddha, "How is it that, in the case of this Brahmin, a good deed done at present bears fruit immediately?" To them the Buddha replied, if the Brahmin had offered his outer garment in the first watch of the night, he would have been rewarded with 16 of each kind. If he had made his offering during the middle watch, he would have been rewarded with 8 of each kind. Since he had made his offering only during the last watch of the night, he was rewarded with only 4 of each kind. So, when one wants to give in charity, one should do so quickly. If one procrastinates, the reward comes slowly and only sparingly. Also, if one is too slow in doing good deeds, one may not be able to do it at all, for the mind tends to take delight in doing evil. In other words, if possible when doing a good deed, one should not hesitate and should do immediately. Verse 117, do not do evil repeatedly. If a man does evil, he should not do it again and again. He should not take delight in it, the accumulation of evil leads to suffering. Story related to Dhammapada 117, Tharasayasaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 117 with reference to Tharasayasaka. Once there was a monk by the name of Sayasaka, who was in the habit of self-sexual indulgence. When the Buddha heard about this, he rebuked the Thera for doing something that would lead one farther away from the attainment of liberation. At the same time, the Buddha laid down the discipline prohibiting such indulgence in sexual pleasures, i.e. samgadasisa patti, offenses which require penance and suspension from the order. Then, the Buddha added, this kind of offense can only lead to evil results in this world as well as in the next. In other words, one should avoid doing evil actions again and again as it will cause more harm and suffering. Verse 118, accumulated merit leads to happiness. If a man does what is good, he should do it repeatedly. He should take delight in it as the accumulation of merit leads to happiness. Story related to Dhammapada verse 118, Lajadevadita. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, The Buddha uttered verse 118 with reference to Laja, a female deva. At one time, Tharamahakasapa stayed in the Pipali cave and remained in deep concentrated meditation, Samapati, for 7 days. Soon after he had arisen from meditation, wishing to give someone a chance of offering something to Athara, he looked out and found a young maid frying corn in a field hut. So he stood at her door for alms food, and she put all the popcorn into the bowl of the Thara. As she turned back after offering popcorn to the Thara, she was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. She was reborn in Tavatimsa Deva world and was known as Laja, popcorn. Devadita Laja realized that she was reborn in Tavatimsa because she had offered popcorn to Tharamahakasapa and felt very grateful to him. So she concluded that she should keep on doing some services to the Thara in order to make her good fortune more enduring. So every morning she went to the monastery of the Thara, swept the premises, filled up water pots, and did other services. At first, the Thara thought that young novice monks had done those services, but one day, he found out that a female deva had been performing those services. Then he told her not to come to the monastery anymore, as people might start talking if she kept on coming to the monastery. Lajadevadita was very upset. She pleaded with the Thara and cried, "Please do not destroy my riches, my wealth." The Buddha heard her cries and sent forth the radiance from his chamber and said to the female deva, "Devadita, it is the duty of my son Kassapa to stop your coming to the monastery. To do good deeds is the duty of one who is anxious to gain merit." In other words, by doing good one creates good merits, and thus should continue to do so. Verse 119 to 120. Evil seems sweet until its effects ripens. Even an evil person may still find happiness so long as his evil deed does not bear fruit. But when his evil deed does bear fruit, he will meet with evil consequences. Even a good person may still meet with suffering so long as his good deed does not bear fruit, but when it does bear fruit, he will enjoy the benefits of his good deed. Story related to Dhammapada verse 119 to 120, Anathapindika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 119 and 120 with reference to Anathapindika, the famous rich man of Savatthi. Anathapindika was the donor of the Jetavana monastery, which was built at a cost of 54 crores. He was not only generous, but also truly devoted to the Buddha. He would go to the Jetavana monastery and pay homage to the Buddha thrice daily. In the mornings, he would bring along rice gruel, in the daytime some suitable rich food or medicine, and in the evening some flowers and incense. After some time Anathapindika became poor, but being a Sotapanna, stream winner, he was not shaken by misfortune, and he continued to do his daily acts of charity. One night, the spirit guarding the gate to the house of Anathapindika appeared to him in person, and said, "I am the guardian of your gate. You have been offering your property to Buddha with no thoughts of your own future. That is why you are now a poor man. Therefore, you should make no more offerings to Buddha, and instead look after your own business affairs and get rich again." Anathapindika drove the guardian spirit out of his house for saying such things. And as Anathapindika was a Sotapanna, the guardian spirit could not disobey him and so had to leave the premises. He had nowhere to go and wanted to return, but was afraid of Anathapindika. So, he approached Sakka, king of the Devas. Sakka advised him first to do a good turn to Anathapindika, and after that, to ask his pardon. Then Sakka continued, "There are about 18 crores taken as loans by some traders, which are not yet repaid to Anathapindika. Another 18 crores buried by the ancestors of Anathapindika, which have been washed away into the ocean, and another 18 crores, which belong to no one, buried in a certain place. Go and recover all these wealth by your supernatural power and fill up the rooms of Anathapindika. Having done so, you may ask his pardon." The guardian spirit did as instructed by Sakka, and Anathapindika again became rich. When the guardian spirit told Anathapindika about the information and instructions given by Sakka about the recovery of his riches from underneath the earth, from within the ocean and from the debtors, he was struck with awe. Then Anathapindika took the guardian spirit to the Buddha. To both of them the Buddha said, "One may not enjoy the benefits of a good deed, or suffer the consequences of a bad deed for a long time, but time will surely come when his good or bad deed will bear fruit and ripen." In other words, an evil one will not think that doing bad deeds is bad until his karma ripens, and he suffers from the effects. A good person will not have enjoyed the benefits of his good deeds until the good karma ripens. Karma will ripen, be it good or bad, with time. Verse 121, do not disregard evil. One should not think lightly of doing evil, saying it will not affect me. Just as a water jar could be filled up by falling drops of rain, so too the fool is filled up with evil, by gathering it little by little. Story related to Dhammapada, verse 121, careless bhikkhu. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 121 with reference to a bhikkhu who was careless in the use of furniture belonging to the monastery. There was a monk who, after using any piece of furniture belonging to the monastery, would leave it outside in the compound, thus exposing it to rain and sun and also to white ants. When other monks chided him for his irresponsible behavior, he would retorted, "I do not have the intention to destroy those things. After all, very little damage has been done, and so on and so forth, and he continued to behave in the same way. When the Buddha came to know about this, he sent for the careless and said to him, "Bhikkhu, you should not behave in this way, you should not think lightly of an evil, however small it may be, because it will become big if you do it habitually." In other words, one should not think lightly of evil, as cumulatively habitually it will result in a lot of bad karma. Verse 122, do not disregard merit. One should not think lightly of doing good, saying a little will not affect me. Just like a water jar is filled up by falling drops of rain, so too the wise one is filled up with merit, by gathering it little by little. Story related to Dhammapada verse 122, by Lalapadaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 122 with reference to Bilalapadaka, a rich man. Once, a man from Savatthi, having heard a discourse given by the Buddha, was very impressed and decided to practice what was taught by the Buddha. The exhortation was to give in charity not only by oneself, but also to get others to do so, and that by so doing one would gain much merit and have a large number of followers in the next existence. So, that man invited the Buddha and all the resident bhikkhus in the Jetavana monastery for alms food the next day. Then he went round to each one of the houses, and informed the residents that alms food would be offered the next day to the Buddha and other bhikkhus, and so to contribute according to their wishes. The rich man by Lalapadaka, seeing the man going round from house to house, disapproved of his behavior, and murmured to himself, "Oh, this wretched man! Why did he not invite as many bhikkhus as he could himself offer alms, instead of going round coaxing people?" So when asked by the man to contribute for the alms, he put only a little rice, only a little butter, only a little molasse. These were taken away separately and not mixed with what others had given. The rich man could not understand why his things were kept separately, and he thought perhaps that man wanted others to know that a rich man like him had contributed very little, and so put him to shame. Therefore, he sent a servant to find out. The promoter of charity put a little of everything that was given by the rich man into various pots of rice and curry and sweetmeats, so that the rich man may gain much merit. His servant reported what he had seen, but Bilalapadaka did not understand the meaning and was not sure of the intention of the promoter of charity. However, the next day he went to the place where alms food was being offered. At the same time, he took a knife with him, intending to kill the chief promoter of charity, if he were to reveal in public just how little a rich man like him had contributed. But this promoter of charity said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, this charity is a joint offering of all. Whether one has given much or little is of no account. Each one of us has given in faith and generosity, so may all of us gain equal merit. When he heard those words, Bilalpadaka realized that he had wronged the man and pondered that if he were not to own up his mistake and ask the promoter of charity to pardon him, he would be reborn in one of the 4 lower worlds, apayas. So he said, "My friend, I have done you a great wrong by thinking ill of you. Please forgive me." The Buddha heard the rich man asking for pardon, and on inquiry found out the reason. So, the Buddha said, "My disciple, you should not think lightly of a good deed, however small it may be, for small deeds will become big if you do them habitually." In other words, one should not think lightly of doing little merits, as cumulatively it becomes a great amount of merit. Verse 123, shun evil like a perilous road. Just like a merchant with a small escort and much wealth avoids a dangerous road, one desirous of life shuns poison, one should keep clear of evil. Story related to Dhammapada verse 123, Mahadana. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 123 with reference to Mahadana the merchant. Mahadana was a rich merchant from Savatthi. On one occasion, 500 robbers were planning to rob him, but they did not get the chance to rob him. In the meantime, they heard that the merchant would soon be going out with 500 carts loaded with much wealth. The merchant Mahadana also invited the bhikkhus who would like to go on the same journey to accompany him, and he promised to look to their needs on the way. So 500 bhikkhus accompanied him. The robbers got news of the trip and went ahead to lie in wait for the caravan of the merchant. But the merchant stopped at the outskirts of the forest where the robbers were waiting. The caravan was to move on after camping there for a few days. The robbers got the news of the impending departure and made ready to loot the caravan. The merchant, in his turn, also got news of the movements of the bandits, and he decided to return home. The bandits now heard that the merchant would go home, so they waited on the homeward way. Some villagers sent word to the merchant about the movements of the bandits, and the merchant finally decided to remain in the village for some time. When he told the bhikkhus about his decision, the bhikkhus returned to Savatthi by themselves. On arrival at the Jetavana monastery, they went to the Buddha and informed him about the cancellation of their trip. To them, the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, Mahadana keeps away from the journey beset with bandits. One who does not want to die keeps away from poison." Likewise, a wise bhikkhu, realizing that the 3 levels of existence, level of sensuous existence, material existence, and non-material existence, are like a journey beset with danger, should strive to keep away from doing evil. In other words, one should steer clear from evil just like one will steer clear of dangerous roads and poisons. Verse 124, evil results from bad intentions. If there is no wound on one's hand, one may carry poison safely as poison does not harm one without a wound. Likewise, there can be no evil for one who has no evil intention. Story related to Dhammapada verse 124. Kukudamita while residing at the Velluvana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 124 with reference to the hunter Kukudamita and his family. At Rajagaha, there was once a rich man's daughter who had attained Sotapatti fruition, stream winner, as a young girl. One day, Kukudamita, a hunter, came into town in a cart to sell venison. Seeing Kukudamita the hunter, the rich young lady fell in love with him at first sight. She eloped with him, married him and lived with him in a small village. As a result of that marriage, 7 sons were born to them, and in course of time, all the sons got married. One day, the Buddha surveyed the world early in the morning with his supernormal power and found that the hunter, his 7 sons and their wives were due for attainment of Sotapatti fruition. So, the Buddha went to the place where the hunter had set his trap in the forest. He put his footprint close to the trap and seated himself under the shade of a bush, not far from the trap. When the hunter came, he saw no animal in the trap. He saw the footprint and surmised that someone must have come before him and released the animal. So, when he saw the Buddha, he took him for the man who had freed the animal from his trap and flew into a rage. He took out his bow and arrow to shoot at the Buddha, but as he drew his bow, he became immobilized and remained fixed in that position like a statue. His sons followed and found their father. They also saw the Buddha and thought he must be the enemy of their father. All of them took out their bows and arrows to shoot at the Buddha, but they also became immobilized and remained fixed in their respective postures. When the hunter and his sons failed to return, the hunter's wife followed them into the forest with her 7 daughters-in-law. Seeing her husband and all her sons with their arrows aimed at the Buddha, she raised both her hands and shouted, "Do not kill my father." When her husband heard her words, he thought, "This must be my father-in-law," and her sons thought, "This must be our grandfather," and thoughts of loving kindness came into them. Then the lady said to them, "Put away your bows and arrows and pay obeisance to my father." The Buddha realized that, by this time, the minds of the hunter and his son had softened, and so he willed that they should be able to move and to put away their bows and arrows. After putting away their bows and arrows, they paid obeisance to the Buddha, and the Buddha expounded the Dhamma to them. In the end, the hunter, his 7 sons and 7 daughters-in-law, all 15 of them, attained Sotapatti fruition, stream winner. Then the Buddha returned to the monastery and told Thera Ananda and other bhikkhus about the hunter Kukudamita and his family attaining Sotapatti fruition. The bhikkhus then asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, is the wife of the hunter who is a Sotapanna also not guilty of taking life, if she has been getting things like nets, bows and arrows for her husband when he goes out hunting? To this question, the Buddha answered, Bhikkhus, the Sotapannas do not kill, they do not wish others to get killed. The wife of the hunter was only obeying her husband in getting things for him. Just as the hand that has no wound is not affected by poison, so also, because she has no intention to do evil, she is not doing any evil. In other words, one who does not have intention to do evil will not do evil. Verse 125, wrong done to others return to doer. Whoever harms a harmless person, one pure and innocent. The evil falls back on the fool like fine dust thrown against the wind. Story related to Dhammapada verse 125, Koka the huntsman. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 125 with reference to Koka the huntsman. One morning, as Koka was going out to hunt with his pack of hounds, he met a monk entering the city for alms food. He took that as a bad omen and grumbled to himself, "Since I have seen this wretched one, I don't think I would get anything today," and he went on his way. As expected by him, he did not get anything. On his way home, he saw the same monk returning to the monastery after having had his alms food in the city, and the hunter became very angry. So he set his hounds on the monk. Swiftly, the monk climbed up a tree to a level just out of reach of the hounds. Then the hunter went to the foot of the tree and pricked the heels of the bhikkhu with the tip of his arrow. The bhikkhu was in great pain and was not able to hold his robes on, so the robe slipped off his body onto the hunter who was at the foot of the tree. The hound, seeing the yellow robe, thought that the monk had fallen off the tree and pounced on the body, biting and pulling at it furiously. The monk, from his shelter in the tree, broke a dry branch and threw it at the dogs. Then the dogs discovered that they had been attacking their own master instead of the monk, and ran away into the forest. The monk came down from the tree and found that the hunter had died and felt sorry for him. He also wondered whether he could be held responsible for the death, since the hunter had died for having been covered up by his yellow robes. So, he went to the Buddha to clear up his doubt. The Buddha said, "My son, rest assured and have no doubt, you are not responsible for the death of the hunter. Your morality, sila, is also not soiled on account of that death. Indeed, that huntsman did a great wrong to one whom he should do no wrong, and so had come to this grievous end." In other words, if one were to harm someone who is innocent and virtuous, no good will come to that person who did the bad deed. Verse 126, birth depends on actions. Some are reborn as human beings, evildoers are reborn in hell. The virtuous go to heaven, the arahants attain nibbana. Story related to Dhammapada verse 126, Theratissa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 126 with reference to Theratissa. Once, there was a gem polisher and his wife in Savatthi. There was also a Thera, who was an arahat. Every day, the couple offered alms food to the Thera. One day, while the gem polisher was handling meat, a messenger of King Pasenadi of Kosala arrived with a ruby, which was to be cut and polished and sent back to the king. The gem polisher took the ruby with his hand, which was covered with blood, put it on a table, and went into the house to wash his hands. The pet crane of the family, seeing the blood-stained ruby, and taking it for a piece of meat, picked it up and swallowed it in the presence of the Thera. When the gem polisher returned, he found that the ruby was missing. He asked his wife and his son, and they answered that they had not taken it. Then, he asked the Thera, and the Thera said that he did not take it, but he was not satisfied. As there was no one else in the house, the gem polisher concluded that it must be the Thera who had taken the precious ruby, so he told his wife that he must torture the Thera to get admission of theft. But his wife replied, "This Thera had been our guide and teacher for the past 12 years, and we have never seen him doing anything evil. Please do not accuse the Thera. It would be better to take the king's punishment than to accuse a noble one." But her husband ignored her plea. He took a rope and tied up the Thera and beat him many times with a stick, as a result of which the Thera bled profusely from the head, ears, and nose, and dropped on the floor. The crane, seeing blood and wishing to take it, came close to the Thera. The gem polisher, who was by then in a great rage, kicked the crane with all his might, and the bird died instantaneously. Then, the Thera said, "Please see whether the crane is dead or not," and the gem polisher replied, "You too shall die like this crane." When the Thera was sure the crane had died, he said softly, "My disciple, the crane swallowed the ruby." Hearing this, the gem polisher cut up the crane and found the ruby in the stomach. Then the gem polisher realized his mistake and trembled with fear. He pleaded with the Thera to pardon him and also to continue standing at his door for alms. To him the Thera replied, "My disciple, it is not your fault, nor is it mine. This has happened on account of my past karma in my previous existences. It is just our debt in samsara. I feel no ill will towards you. As a matter of fact, this has happened because I have entered a house. From today, I would not enter any house, I would only stand at the door." Soon after saying this, the Thera passed on as a result of his injuries. Later, the bhikkhus asked the Buddha where the various people involved were reborn, and the Buddha answered, "The crane was reborn as the son of the gem polisher, the gem polisher was reborn in Niraya, hell. The wife of the gem polisher was reborn in one of the Deva worlds, and the Thera, who was already an Arahat when he was living, realized Parinibbana. In other words, where one is reborn depends on one's bodily, verbal, and mental volitions. Verse 127, nobody can escape the effects of karma. Not in the sky, nor in mid-ocean, nor in a mountain cave. Nowhere in the world, in fact, is there any place to be found where one may escape from the consequences of one's evil deed. Story related to Dhammapada verse 127, 3 groups of persons. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 127 with reference to questions raised by 3 groups of bhikkhus concerning 3 extraordinary incidents. The first group, a group of bhikkhus, were on their way to pay homage to the Buddha, and they stopped at a village on the way. Some people were cooking alms food for those bhikkhus when one of the houses caught fire and a ring of fire flew up into the air. At that moment, a crow came flying, got caught in the ring of fire, and dropped dead in the central part of the village. The bhikkhus, seeing the dead crow, observed that only the Buddha would be able to explain for what evil deed this crow had to die in this manner. After taking alms food, they continued on their journey to pay homage to the Buddha, and also to ask about the unfortunate crow. The second group, another group of bhikkhus, were traveling in a boat. They too were on their way to pay homage to the Buddha. When they were in the middle of the ocean, the boat could not be moved. So, lots were drawn to find out who the unlucky one was. 3 times the lot fell on the wife of the captain. Then the captain said sorrowfully, "Many people should not die on account of this unlucky woman. Tie a pot of sand to her neck and threw her into the water so that I would not see her." The woman was thrown into the sea as instructed by the captain, and the ship could move on. On arrival at their destination, the bhikkhus disembarked and continued on their way to the Buddha. They also intended to ask the Buddha due to what evil karma the unfortunate woman was thrown overboard. The third group, a group of 7 bhikkhus, were also on their way to pay homage to the Buddha. On the way, they inquired at a monastery whether there was any suitable place for them to take shelter for the night in the neighborhood. They were directed to a cave, and there they spent the night, but in the middle of the night, a large boulder slipped off from above and effectively closed the entrance. In the morning, the bhikkhus from the nearby monastery, coming to the cave, saw what had happened, and they went to bring people from 7 villages. With the help of these people they tried to move the boulder, but it was of no avail. Thus, the 7 bhikkhus were trapped in the cave without food or water for 7 days. On the 7th day, the boulder moved miraculously by itself, and the bhikkhus came out and continued their way to the Buddha. They also intended to ask the Buddha due to what previous evil deed they were thus shut up for 7 days in a cave. The 3 groups of travelers met on the way, and together they went to the Buddha. Each group related to the Buddha what they had seen or experienced on their way, and the Buddha answered their questions. The Buddha answer to the first group, Bhikkhus, once there was a farmer who had an ox. The ox was very lazy and also very stubborn. It could not be coaxed to do any work, it would lie down chewing the cud or else go to sleep. The farmer lost his temper many times, so in anger he tied a straw rope round the neck of the ox and set fire to it, and the ox died. On account of this evil deed, the farmer had suffered for a long time in Niraya, hell, and in serving out the remaining part of his punishment, he had been burnt to death in the last 7 existences. The farmer was the crow who was burnt to death. The Buddha's answer to the second group, Bhikkhus, once there was a woman who had a pet dog. She used to take the dog along with her wherever she went, and young boys of the city made fun at her. She was very angry and felt so ashamed that she planned to kill the dog. She filled a pot with sand, tied it round the neck of the dog and threw it into the water, and the dog was drowned. On account of this evil deed, that woman had suffered for a long time in Niraya, hell, and in serving the remaining part of her punishment, she had been thrown into the water to drown in the last 100 existences. That was the captain's wife. The Buddha's answer to the third group, Bhikkhus, once 7 cowherds saw an iguana going into a mound, and they dosed all the 7 outlets of the mound with twigs and branches of trees. After closing the outlets, they went away, completely forgetting the iguana that was trapped in the mound. Only after 7 days, they remembered what they had done and hurriedly returned to the scene of their mischief and let out the iguana. On account of this evil deed, those 7 had been imprisoned together for 7 days without any food, in the last 14 existences. The cowherds were the Bhikkhus yourselves. Then a bhikkhu remarked, "Oh, indeed! There is no escape from evil consequences for one who has done evil, even if he were in the sky, or in the ocean, or in a cave." To him, the Buddha said, "Yes, bhikkhu. You are right, even in the sky or anywhere else, there is no place which is beyond the reach of evil consequences." In other words, there's no place whereby one can escape the consequences of one's unwholesome deeds. There's no escape from karma. Verse 128, no escape from death. Not in the sky, nor in the mid-ocean, nor in a mountain cave. Nowhere in the world, in fact, is there any place to be found where one will not be overcome by death. Story related to Dhammapada, verse 128, King Supabutta. While residing at the Nigrodharama monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 128 with reference to King Sabbapada. King Sabbapada was the father of Devdatta and father-in-law of Prince Siddhartha, who later became Gautama Buddha. King Sabbapada was very antagonistic to the Buddha for two reasons. First, because as Prince Siddhartha he had left his wife Yasodhara, the daughter of King Sabbapada, to renounce the world, and secondly, because his son Devdatta, who was admitted into the order by Gautama Buddha, had come to regard the Buddha as his arch-enemy. One day, knowing that the Buddha would be coming for alms food, he got himself drunk and blocked the way. When the Buddha and the bhikkhus came, Sabbapada refused to make way, and sent a message saying, "I cannot give way to Samama Gautama, who is so much younger than me." Finding the road blocked, the Buddha and the bhikkhus turned back. Sabbapada then sent someone to follow the Buddha secretly and find out what the Buddha said, and to report to him. As the Buddha turned back, he said to Ananda, "Ananda, because King Sabbapada had refused to give way to me, on the seventh day from now he would be swallowed up by the earth, at the foot of the steps leading to his palace." The king's spy heard these words and reported to the king. And the king said that he would not go near those steps and would prove the words of the Buddha to be wrong. Further, he instructed his men to remove those steps, so that he would not be able to use them. He also kept some men on duty, with instructions to hold him back should he go in the direction of the stairs. When the Buddha was told about the king's instructions to his men, he said, "Bhikkhus, whether King Sabbapada lives in a pinnacled tower, or up in the sky, or in an ocean, or in a cave, King Sabbapada will be swallowed up by the earth at the very place I have told you." On the seventh day, about the time of the alms meal, the royal horse got frightened for some unknown reason and started neighing loudly and kicking about furiously. Hearing frightening noises from his horse, the king felt that he must handle his pet horse and forgot all precautions. He walked towards the door. The door opened of its own accord. The steps which had been pulled down earlier were also there, and his men forgot to stop him from going down. So the king went down the stairs, and as soon as he stepped on the earth, it opened and swallowed him up and dragged him right down to Avici Niraya, hell. In other words, there is no place on earth where one can escape its destined death. Dhammapada chapter 10 verse 129 to 145 punishment. Verse 129, do not kill nor cause to kill. All living beings are terrified of punishment, danda, all fear death. Putting oneself in another's place, one should neither kill nor cause to kill. Story related to Dhammapada verse 129, group of 6 bhikkhus. While residing at the Javana monastery, The Buddha uttered verse 129 with reference to a group of 6 bhikkhus, Shibagi, who picked a quarrel with another group comprising 17 bhikkhus. 117 bhikkhus were cleaning up a building in the Jetavana monastery complex, with the intention of occupying it, when another group comprising 6 bhikkhus arrived on the scene. The group of 6 said to the first group, "We are senior to you, so you had better give way to us, we will take this place." The group of 17 did not give in, so the Shibagis beat up the other group who cried out in pain. The Buddha, learning about this, reprimanded them and laid down the disciplinary rule forbidding bhikkhus to beat others. In other words, as all are afraid of punishment, thus one should nor harm or cause harm to others. Verse 130, life is dear to all. All living beings are terrified of punishment. Danda, to all life is dear. Comparing others with oneself, one should neither kill nor cause to kill. Story related to Dhammapada verse 130, group of 6 bhikkhus. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 130 with reference to a group of 6 bhikkhus. After coming to blows the first time, the same 2 groups of bhikkhus quarreled again over the same building. As the rule prohibiting beating others had already been laid down, the group of 6 threatened the other group with upraised hands. The group of 17 bhikkhus, who were junior to the Shibagis, cried out in fright. The Buddha, hearing about this, laid down the disciplinary rule forbidding the raising of hands in threat. In other words, as life is dear to all, thus one should not cause harm to others. Verse 131 to 132, those who do not receive happiness. He who seeks his own happiness by force, who also desire to have happiness, will not find happiness in his next existence. He who seeks his own happiness not by force, who also desire to have happiness, will find happiness in his next existence. Story related to Dhammapada verse 131 to 132, a number of youths. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 131 and 132 with reference to a number of youths. Once, the Buddha was out on an alms round at Savatthi when he came across a number of youths beating a snake with sticks. When questioned, the youths answered that they were beating the snake because they were afraid that the snake might bite them. To them the Buddha said, "If you do not want to be harmed, you should also not harm others. If you harm others, you will not find happiness in your next existence." In other words, if we harm others, we will not find happiness. If we do not harm others, then we will find happiness. Verse 133 to 134, do not speak harshly to anyone. Do not speak harshly to anyone, those who are thus spoken to will retort. Malicious talk is indeed the cause of suffering, and retribution will come to you. If you can keep yourself calm and quiet like a broken gong, which is no longer resonant, you have realized Nibbana, no anger is found in you. Story related to Dhammapada verse 133 to 134, Therakandadana. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 133 and 134, with reference to Therakandadana. Since the day Kandadana was admitted to the order, the image of a female was always following him. This image was seen by others, but Kandadana himself did not see it and did not know about it. When he was out on an alms round, people would offer 2 spoonfuls to him, saying, "This is for you, venerable sir, and this is for your female companion." Seeing the bhikkhu going about with a woman, people went to King Pasenadi of Kosala and reported about the bhikkhu and the woman. They said to the king, "O king, drive out the bhikkhu, who is lacking in moral virtues, from your kingdom." So the king went to the monastery where that bhikkhu was staying and surrounded him with his men. Hearing noises and voices, the bhikkhus came out and stood at the door, and the image also was there not far from the bhikkhu. Knowing that the king had come, the bhikkhu went into the room to wait for him. When the king entered the room, the image was not there. The king asked the bhikkhu where the woman was, and he replied that he saw no woman. The king wanted to make sure, and he asked the bhikkhu to leave the room for a while. The bhikkhu left the room, but when the king looked out, again he saw the woman near the bhikkhu. But when the bhikkhu came back to the room, the woman was nowhere to be found. The king concluded that the woman was not real, and so the bhikkhu must be innocent. He therefore invited the bhikkhu to come to the palace every day for alms food. When other bhikkhus heard about this, they were puzzled and said to the bhikkhu, "O bhikkhu with no morals! The king, instead of driving you out of his kingdom, has invited you for alms food. You are doomed." The bhikkhu on his part retorted, "Only you are the ones without morals, only you are doomed, because you are the ones who go about with women." The bhikkhus then reported the matter to the Buddha. The Buddha sent for Kotadadana and said to him, "My son, did you see any woman with the other bhikkhus, that you have talked to them thus? You have not seen any woman with them as they have seen one with you. I see that you do not realize that you have been cursed on account of an evil deed done by you in a past existence. Now listen, I shall explain to you why you have an image of a woman following you about. You were a deva in your last existence. During that time, there were 2 bhikkhus who were very much attached to each other. But you tried to create trouble between the 2 by assuming the appearance of a woman and followed one of the bhikkhus. For that evil deed you are now being followed by the image of a woman. So, my son, in future do not argue with other bhikkhus any more. Keep silent like a gong with the rim broken off, and you will realize nibbana. In other words, one should not speak ill of others, as others will retort. Instead, one should keep silent like a broken gong. Only then anger will cease in him and he can attain nibbana. Verse 135, Decay and death are universal. As a cowherd drives cows out to pasture with a stick, so do old age and death drive the life out of living beings. Story related to Dhammapada verse 135, Women observing the moral precepts, Upasatha. While residing at the Pabarama monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 135 with reference to 500 women. Once, 500 women from Sabatthi came to the Pabarama monastery to keep the Upasatha Sila vows. The donor of the monastery, the well-renowned Visakha, asked different age groups of women why they had come to keep the Upasatha moral vows. She got different answers from different age groups, for they had come to the monastery for different reasons. The old women came to the monastery because they hoped to gain the riches and glories of the devas in their next existence. The middle-aged women had come to the monastery because they did not want to stay under the same roof with the mistresses of their respective husbands. The young married women had come because they wanted their firstborn to be a son, and the young unmarried women had come because they wanted to get married to good husbands. Having had these answers, Visakha took all the women to the Buddha. When she told the Buddha about the various answers of the different age groups of ladies, the Buddha said, Visakha, birth, aging, and death are always actively working in beings. Because one is born, one is subject to aging and decay, and finally to death. Yet, they do not wish to strive for liberation from the round of existences, samsara, they still wish to linger in samsara. In other words, once born everyone is subjected to aging and death, thus one should work towards liberation rather than lingering in the round of samsara. Verse 136, The evildoer destroys himself. A fool does evil deeds, without knowing them as being evil. But that fool is tormented for his evil deeds, like one burnt by fire. Story related to Dhammapada verse 136, The Python Ghost. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 136 with reference to a boa constrictor Peta, ghost. Once, as Thera Mahamoggalana was coming down the Vulture's Peak with Thera Lakana, he saw a python Peta and smiled, but he did not say anything. When they were back at the Jetavana monastery, Thera Mahamoggalana told Lakana, in the presence of the Buddha, about the python ghost, with its long body burning in flames. The Buddha also said he himself had also seen that very Pita soon after he had attained Buddhahood, but that he did not say anything about it because people might not believe him and thus they would be doing a great wrong to the Buddha. So out of compassion for these beings, the Buddha had kept silent. Then he continued, "Now that I have a witness in Moggallana, I will tell you about this python ghost." This ghost was a thief during the time of Kassapa Buddha. As a thief and a cruel-hearted man, he had set fire to the house of a rich man 7 times. And not satisfied with that, he also set fire to the perfumed hall donated by the same rich man to Kassapa Buddha, while Kassapa Buddha was out on an alms round. As a result of those evil deeds, he had suffered for a long time in hell. Now, while serving out his term of suffering as a ghost, he is being burnt with sparks of flames going up and down the length of his body. Bhikkhus, fools when doing evil deeds do not know them as being evil, but they cannot escape the evil consequences. In other words, those ignorant fools did evil deeds without knowing evil has been done. Subsequently, they will suffer from the bad karma of their evil actions. Verse 137 to 140. Who harms the innocent comes to grief. He who harms the defenseless and innocent with weapons, soon will come to one of these states. He will be subject to acute pain, disaster, bodily injury, grievous illness, lunacy, oppression by the king, wrongful accusation, loss of relatives, destruction of wealth, or fire will destroy his house. After death, the foolish man will be reborn in hell. Story related to Dhammapada 137 to 140. Thera Mahamoggalana, while residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 137 to 140, with reference to Thera Mahamoggalana. Once, the Nigantha ascetics planned to kill Thera Mahamoggalana because they thought that by doing away with Thera Mahamoggalana, the fame and fortune of the Buddha would also be diminished. So they hired some assassins to kill Thera Mahamoggalana, who was staying at Kalasila near Rajagaha at that time. The assassins surrounded the monastery, but Thera Mahamoggalana, with his supernormal power, got away first through a keyhole, and for the second time through the roof. Thus, they could not get hold of the Thera for 2 months. When the assassins again surrounded the monastery during the 3rd month, Thera Mahamoggalana, recollecting that he had yet to pay for the evil deeds done by him during one of his past existences, did not exercise his supernormal power. So he was caught, and the assassins beat him up until all his bones were utterly broken. After that, they left his body in a bush, thinking that he had passed away. But the Thera, through his jhanic power, revived himself and went to see the Buddha at the Jetavana monastery to pay his final respects to the Buddha before his death. When he informed the Buddha that he would soon realize parinibbana at Kalasila, near Rajagaha, The Buddha told him to go only after expounding the Dhamma to the congregation of bhikkhus, as that would be the last time they would see him. So, Theramahamaggalana expounded the Dhamma and left after paying obeisance 7 times to the Buddha. The news of the passing away of Theramahamaggalana at the hands of assassins spread like wildfire. King Ajatasattu ordered his men to investigate and get hold of the culprits. The assassins were caught and they were burnt to death. The bhikkhus felt very sorrowful over the death of Theramahamaggalana, and could not understand why such a personage like Theramahamaggalana should die at the hands of assassins. To them the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, considering that Moggallana had lived a noble life in this existence, he should not have met with such a death. But in one of his past existences, he had done a great wrong to his own parents, who were both blind. In the beginning, he was a very dutiful son, but after his marriage, his wife began to make trouble and she suggested that he should get rid of his parents. He took his blind parents in a cart into a forest, and there he killed them by beating them and making them believe that it was some thief who was beating them. For that evil deed he suffered in hell for a long time, and in this existence, his last, he has died at the hands of assassins. Indeed, by doing wrong to those who should not be wronged, one is sure to suffer for it." In other words, one should not harm or kill others, as they will have to pay for the bad karma they had created. They will meet with one of the 10 bad consequences mentioned earlier. Verse 141, practices that will not lead to purity. Neither nakedness, matted locks, covering the body with mud, fasting, lying on the ground, dusting with soil or ashes, nor squatting on the heels, can purify a mortal who has not overcome doubt. Story related to Dhammapada verse 141, Bhikkhu Bhahabhandika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 141 with reference to Bhahabhandika, a bhikkhu with many possessions. Once there was a rich man in Savatthi. After the death of his wife, he decided to become a bhikkhu. But before he entered the order, he built a monastery, which included a kitchen and a storeroom. He also brought his own furniture, utensils, and a large stock of rice, oil, butter, and other provisions. Whatever dishes he wanted was cooked for him by his servants. Thus, even as a bhikkhu, he was living in comfort, and because he had so many things with him, he was known as Bhahabhandika. One day, other bhikkhus took him to the Buddha, and in his presence told the Buddha about the many things he had brought along with him to the monastery, and also how he was still leading the luxurious life of a rich man. So, the Buddha said to Bhahabhandika, "My son, I have been teaching all of you to live an austere life. Why have you brought so much property with you?" When reprimanded, that bhikkhu lost his temper and said angrily, "Indeed, venerable sir, I will now live as you wish me to." So saying, he cast off his upper robe. Seeing him thus, the Buddha said to him, "My son, in your last existence you were an ogre. Even as an ogre, you had a sense of shame and a sense of fear to do evil. Now that you are a bhikkhu in my teaching, why do you have to throw away the sense of shame and the sense of fear to do evil?" When he heard those words, the bhikkhu realized his mistake. His sense of shame and fear to do evil returned, and he respectfully paid obeisance to the Buddha and asked that he should be pardoned. The Buddha then said to him, "Standing there without your upper robe is not proper. Just discarding your robe, etc., does not make you an austere bhikkhu. A bhikkhu must also discard his doubt." In other words, practicing austerities and self-mortification will not purify or liberate the mind. Verse 142, Not by appearance alone is one a monk. If one who is richly adorned lives in tranquility, is calm, his senses controlled, free from moral defilements, and assured of eventual enlightenment, laying aside enmity towards all living beings, then he is a Brahmana, a Samama, and a Bhikkhu. Story related to Dhammapada verse 142, Santati the minister. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 142 with reference to Santati, the minister of King Pasenadi of Kosala. On one occasion, Santati the minister returned after suppressing a rebellion on the border. King Pasenadi was so pleased with him that he honored the minister with the gift of the riches and glory of a ruler together with a dancing girl to entertain him for 7 days. For 7 days, the king's minister enjoyed himself to his heart's content, getting intoxicated with drink and infatuated with the young dancer. On the 7th day, riding the ornamented royal elephant, he went down to the riverside for a bath. On the way, he met the Buddha going on an alms round, and being drunk, he just bowed casually, as a sign of respect to the Buddha. The Buddha smiled, and Ananda asked the Buddha why he smiled. So, the Buddha said to Ananda, "Ananda, this minister will come to see me this very day, and after I have given him a short discourse he will become an arahant. Soon after becoming an arahant he will realize parinibbana." Santati and his party spent the whole day at the riverside, bathing, eating, drinking, and thus thoroughly enjoying themselves. In the evening the minister and his party went to the garden to have more drinks and to be entertained by the dancer. The dancer, on her part, tried her best to entertain the minister. For the whole week she was living on reduced diet to keep herself trim. While dancing, she suffered a severe stroke and collapsed, and at that instant she died with her eyes and mouth wide open. The minister was shocked and deeply distressed. In agony, he tried to think of a refuge and remembered the Buddha. He went to the Buddha, accompanied by his followers, and related to him about the grief and anguish he suffered on account of the sudden death of the dancer. He then said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, please help me get over my sorrow, be my refuge, and let me have the peace of mind." To him the Buddha replied, "Rest assured, my son, you have come to one who could help you, one who could be a constant solace to you, and who will be your refuge. The tears you have shed due to the death of this dancer, throughout the round of rebirths, is more than the waters of all the oceans." The Buddha then instructed the minister in verse. The meaning of the verse is as follows. In the past, there has been in you clinging, upadana, due to craving. Get rid of it. In future, do not let such clinging occur in you. Do not also harbor any clinging in the present. By not having any clinging, craving and passion will be calmed in you, and you will realize nibbana. After hearing the verse, the minister attained arahantship. Then, realizing that his lifespan was at an end, he said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, let me now realize parinibbana, for my time has come." The Buddha consenting, Santati rose to a height of 7 toddy palms into the sky, and there, while meditating on the element of fire, Teju Kasina, he passed away realizing parinibbana. His body went up in flames, his blood and flesh burned up, and the bone relics, dhatu, fell through the sky and dropped on the clean piece of cloth which was spread by the bhikkhus as instructed by the Buddha. At the congregation, the bhikkhus asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, the minister had realized parinibbana dressed in full regalia. Is he a samama on a brahmana?" To them, the Buddha replied, "Bhikkhus, my son can be called both a samama and a brahmana." In other words, one who has achieved arahantship can be called a brahmana or samama or bhikkhu, as it is not by what she wears that one has achieved liberation. Verse 143 to 144, modesty is rare. Rarely in the world is there a man to be found who, restrained by a sense of shame, avoids censure as a good horse avoids the whip. Like a good horse touched by the whip, be zealous and stirred by profound religious emotion. By faith, morality, effort, concentration, investigation of the Dhamma endowed with knowledge and conduct, and constant mindfulness, leave this great suffering behind. Story related to Dhammapada verse 143 to 144, Therapilotokatissa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 143 and 144 with reference to Therapilotokatissa. Once, Thera saw a shabbily dressed youth going round begging for food. He felt pity for the youth and made him a Samanera, novice. The young Samanera left his old clothes and his begging plate on the branch of a tree. When he became a bhikkhu, he was known as Pilotikattisa. As a bhikkhu, he did not have to worry about food and clothing as he was in affluent circumstances. Yet, sometimes he did not feel happy in his life as a bhikkhu and thought of going back to the life of a layman. Whenever he had this feeling, he would go back to that tree where he had left his old clothes and his plate. There, at the foot of the tree, he would put this question to himself, "O shameless one! Do you want to leave the place where you are fed well and dressed well? Do you still want to put on these shabby clothes and go begging again with this old plate in your hand?" Thus, he would rebuke himself, and after calming down, he would go back to the monastery. After 2 or 3 days, again, he felt like leaving the monastic life of a bhikkhu, and again, he went to the tree where he kept his old clothes and his plate. After asking himself the same old question and having been reminded of the wretchedness of his old life, he returned to the monastery. This was repeated many times. When other bhikkhus asked him why he often went to the tree where he kept his old clothes and his plate, he told them that he went to see his teacher, the clothes and plate. Thus keeping his mind on his old clothes as the subject of meditation, he came to realize the true nature of the aggregates of the khandhas, i.e., anicca, dukkha, anatta, and eventually he became an arahant. Then, he stopped going to the tree. Other bhikkhus, noticing that Pilotikattisa had stopped going to the tree where he kept his old clothes and his plate, asked him, "Why don't you go to your teacher any more?" To them, he answered, "When I had the need, I had to go to him, but there is no need for me to go to him now." When the bhikkhus heard his reply, they took him to see the Buddha. When they came to his presence, they said, "Venerable Sir, this bhikkhu claims that he has attained arahatship. He must be telling lies." But the Buddha refuted them and said, "Bhikkhus, Pilotikattisa is not telling lies, he speaks the truth. Though he had relationship with his teacher previously, now he has no relationship whatsoever with his teacher. Therapeutikattisa has instructed himself to differentiate right and wrong causes, and to discern the true nature of things. He has now become an arahant, and so there is no further connection between him and his teacher." In other words, when one has achieved enlightenment, there will no more cravings/clingings, and all defilements have been abandoned. Verse 145, those who restrain their own minds. Irrigators channel the waters. Fletchers bend the arrows. Carpenters shape the wood. The wise tame themselves. Story related to Dhammapada verse 145, Nava Sukha. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 145 with reference to a Samanera named Sukha. Sukha was made a Samanera, novice, at the age of 7 years, by Dhammapada. On the 8th day after being made a Samanera, he followed Dhammapada on his alms round. While doing the round, they came across some farmers irrigating their fields, some fletchers straightening their arrows, and some carpenters crafting things like cartwheels, etc. Seeing these, he asked Sariputta whether these inanimate things could be guided to where one wished or be made into things one wished to make, and the Thera answered him in the affirmative. The young Samanera then pondered that if that were so, there could be no reason why a person could not tame his mind and practice tranquility and insight meditation. So, he asked permission from the Thera to return to the monastery. There, he shut himself up in his room and practiced meditation in solitude. Sakka and the Devas also helped him in his practice by keeping the monastery very quiet. That same day, the 8th day after his becoming a Samanera, Sukha attained arahantship, enlightenment. In connection with this, the Buddha said to the congregation of bhikkhus, when a person earnestly practices the Dhamma, even Sakka and the Devas give protection and help. I myself have kept Sariputta at the entrance so that Sukha should not be disturbed. The Samanera, having seen the farmers irrigating their fields, the fletchers straightening their arrows, and the carpenters making cartwheels and other things, trains his mind and practices the Dhamma. Thus, he has now become an arahant. In other words, if inanimate things can be tamed, so too a wise person can tame the mind and get rid of the defilements. Dhammapada chapter 11 verse 146 to 156 Old age. Verse 146 Seek the light. What is laughter, what is delight, when the world is ever burning? Shrouded in darkness, why not seek the light? Story related to Dhammapada verse 146, Companions of the Sakka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 146 with reference to companions of the Sakka. 500 men from Savatthi, wishing to make their wives to be generous, kind-hearted and virtuous like Visakha, sent them to Visakha to be her constant companions. During a Bacchanalian festival which lasted for 7 days, the wives of those men took all the drinks left by their husbands and got drunk in the absence of Visakha. For this misbehavior, they were beaten by their husbands. On another occasion, saying that they wished to listen to the Buddha's discourse, they asked Visakha to take them to the Buddha and secretly took small bottles of liquor hidden in their clothes. On arrival at the monastery, they drank all the liquor they had brought and threw away the bottles. Visakha requested the Buddha to teach them the Dhamma. By that time, the women were getting intoxicated and felt like singing and dancing. Mara, taking this opportunity, made them bold and shameless, and soon they were boisterously singing, dancing, clapping, and jumping about in the monastery. The Buddha saw the hand of Mara in the shameless behavior of these women and said to himself, Mara must not be given the opportunity. So, the Buddha sent forth dark blue rays from his body, and the whole room was darkened. The women were frightened and began to get sober. Then, the Buddha vanished from his seat and stood on top of Mount Meru. And from there he sent forth white rays, and the sky was lit up as if by 1,000 moons. After manifesting his powers, the Buddha said to those 500 women, You ladies should not have come to my monastery in this unmindful state. Because you have been negligent, Mara has had the opportunity to make you behave shamelessly, laughing and singing loudly, in my monastery. Now, strive to put out the fire of passion, raga, which is in you. In other words, one should not seek sensual pleasures which do not bring happiness. But one should seek the light and move out of the darkness. Verse 147, Behold the true nature of the body. Look at this dressed up body, a mass of sores, sickly, and full of cravings. Indeed, that body is neither permanent nor enduring. Story related to Dhammapada verse 147, Sirama the courtesan while residing at the Jetavana monastery. The Buddha uttered verse 147 with reference to Sirama the courtesan. Once, there lived in Rajagaha, a very beautiful courtesan by the name of Sirama. Every day Sirama offered alms food to 8 bhikkhus. One of these bhikkhus happened to mention to other bhikkhus how beautiful Sirama was, and also that she offered very delicious food to the bhikkhus every day. On hearing this, a young bhikkhu fell in love with Sirama even without seeing her. The next day, the young bhikkhu went with the other bhikkhus to the house of Sirama. Sirama was not well on that day, but since she wanted to pay obeisance to the bhikkhus, she was carried to their presence. The young bhikkhu, seeing Sirama, thought to himself, even though she is sick, she is very beautiful. And he felt a strong desire for her. That very night, Sirama died. King Bimbisara went to the Buddha and reported to him that Sirama, the sister of Javaka, had died. The Buddha told King Bimbisara to take the dead body to the cemetery and keep it there for 3 days without burying it, but to have it protected from crows and vultures. The king did as he was told. On the 4th day, the dead body of the beautiful Sirama was no longer beautiful or desirable. It got bloated and maggots came out from the 9 orifices. On that day, the Buddha took his bhikkhus to the cemetery to observe the body of Sirama. The king also came with his men. The young bhikkhu, who was so desperately in love with Sirama, did not know that Sirama had died. When he learned that the Buddha and the bhikkhus were going to see Sirama, he joined them. At the cemetery, the corpse of Sirama was surrounded by the bhikkhus headed by the Buddha, and also by the king and his men. The Buddha then asked the king to get a town crier announce that Sirma would be available on payment of 1,000 in cash per night. But nobody would take her for 1,000, or for 500, or for 250, or even if she were to be given free of charge. Then the Buddha said to the audience, "Bhikkhus, look at Sirma. When she was living, there were many who were willing to give 1,000 to spend one night with her, but now none would take her even if given without any payment." The body of a person is subject to deterioration and decay. In other words, no matter how beautiful the body is now, it will be subjected to aging and death, as every phenomenon is impermanent. Verse 148: Life ends in death. This body is worn out with age, a nest of disease, and perishable. The putrid body disintegrates. Death is the end of life. Story related to Dhammapada. Verse 148: Theriuthara. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 148 with reference to Theriuthara. Nanuthara, who was 120 years old, was one day returning from her alms round when she met a bhikkhu and requested him to accept her offering of alms food. The inconsiderate bhikkhu accepted all her alms food, so she had to go without food for that day. The same thing happened on the next 2 days. Thus, Nanuthara was without food for 3 successive days, and she was feeling weak. On the 4th day, while she was on her alms round, she met the Buddha on the road where it was narrow. Respectfully, she paid obeisance to the Buddha and stepped back. While doing so, she accidentally stepped on her own robe and fell on the ground, injuring her head. The Buddha went up to her and said, "Your body is getting very old and infirm, it is ready to crumble, it will soon perish." In other words, our body is subjected to sickness and aging. Eventually, we will die. Verse 149: What delight is there in seeing white bones? Just like gourds in autumn, these dove-gray bones lie here discarded. What pleasure can one has in looking at them? Story related to Dhammapada. Verse 149: Adhimanaka Bhikkhus. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 149 with reference to some bhikkhus who overestimated themselves. 500 bhikkhus, after taking a subject of meditation from the Buddha, went into the woods. There, they practiced meditation ardently and diligently and soon attained deep mental absorption, jhana, and they thought that they were free from sensual desires and had attained arhatship. Actually, they were overestimated themselves. Then, they went to the Buddha, with the intention of informing the Buddha about what they thought was their attainment of arhatship. When they arrived at the outer gate of the monastery, the Buddha said to the Venerable Ananda, those bhikkhus will not benefit much by coming to see me now. Let them go to the cemetery to meditate first and come to see me only afterwards. The Venerable Ananda then delivered the message of the Buddha to those bhikkhus, and they reflected, "The enlightened one knows everything. He must have some reason in making us go to the cemetery first." So they went to the cemetery. There, when they saw the putrid corpses, they could look at them as just skeletons and bones, but when they saw some fresh dead bodies, they realized, with horror, that they still had some sensual desires awakening in them. The Buddha saw them from his perfumed chamber and sent forth the radiance. Then he appeared to them and said, "Bhikkhus, seeing these bleached bones, is it proper for you to have any sensual desire in you?" In other words, when one dies, the bones lay there discarded, just like any discarded items. Thus there should not be any delight or sensual pleasures looking at them. Verse 150, the body is a city of bones. The body is a city built of bones and plastered with flesh and blood, wherein lie concealed decay and death, pride and hypocrisy. Story related to Dhammapada verse 150, Theri Rupananda, Janapada Kalyani. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 150 with reference to Janapada Kalyani. Princess Janapada Kalyani was the daughter of Gautami, the stepmother of Gautama the Buddha. Because she was very beautiful, she was also known as Rupananda. She was married to Nanda, a cousin of the Buddha. One day she pondered, "My elder brother, who could have become a universal monarch, has renounced the world to become a bhikkhu. He is now a Buddha. Rahula, the son of my elder brother, and my own husband Prince Nanda have also become bhikkhus. My mother Gautami has also become a bhikkhuni, and I am all alone here." So she went to the monastery of some bhikkhunis, and became a bhikkhuni herself. Thus, she had become a bhikkhuni not out of faith, but only because she felt lonely and wanted to follow others to go forth. But other bhikkhunis, coming back from the monastery, kept talking in praise of the Buddha, so, one day, she decided to accompany other bhikkhunis to the monastery. The Buddha saw her and reflected, "A thorn can only be taken out with a thorn." Rupananda, being very attached to her body and being very proud of her beauty, I must take the pride and attachment out of her through beauty. So, with his supernormal power, he caused an image of a very beautiful lady of about 16 years of age to be seated near him, fanning him. This young girl was visible only to Rupananda and the Buddha. When Rupananda saw the girl, she realized that compared to that girl, she herself was just like an old, ugly crow, compared to a beautiful white swan. Rupananda had a good look at the girl and she felt that she liked her very much. Then, she looked again and was surprised to find that the girl had grown to the age of about 20. Again and again, she looked at the figure beside the Buddha, and every time she noticed that the girl had grown older and older. Thus, the girl turned into a grown-up lady, then into a middle-aged lady, an old lady, a decrepit and a very old lady, successively. Rupananda also noticed that with the arising of a new image, the old image disappeared, and she came to realize that there was a continuous process of change and decay in the body. With the coming of this realization, her attachment to the body diminished. Meanwhile, the figure near the Buddha had turned into an old, decrepit lady, who could no longer control her bodily functions, and was rolling in her own excreta. Finally, she died, her body got bloated, pus and maggots came out of the 9 openings, and crows and vultures were trying to snatch at the dead body. Having seen all these, Rupananda pondered, this young girl has grown old and decrepit and died in this very place under my own eyes. In the same way, my body will also grow old and wear out, it will be subject to disease, and I will also die. Thus, she came to perceive the true nature of the khandhas, aggregates. At this point, the Buddha talked about the impermanence, the unsatisfactoriness, and the insubstantiality of the khandhas, and Rupananda attained Sotapaddi fruition. In other words, the body made of bones, flesh and blood will age, get sick and decay. One should realize the impermanence of youth and beauty. Verse 151 Buddha's teachings never decay. Even the richly decorated royal chariots wear out, likewise the body also perishes. But the Dhamma does not perish, thus indeed, say the virtuous among themselves. Story related to Dhammapada verse 151, Queen Mallika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 151 with reference to Mallika, queen of King Pasenadi of Kosala. One day, Mallika went into the bathroom to wash her face, hands, and feet. Her pet dog also came in. As she was bending to wash her feet, the dog tried to misbehave with her, and the queen appeared to be amused and somewhat pleased. The king saw this strange incident through the window from his bedroom. When the queen came in, he said angrily to the queen, "Oh, you wicked woman! What were you doing with that dog in the bathroom? Do not deny what I saw with my own eyes." The queen replied that she was only washing her face, her hands, and her feet, and so was doing nothing wrong. Then she continued, "But that room is very strange. If anyone went into that room, to one looking from this window, there would appear to be two. If you do not believe me, O king, please go into that room and I will look through this window." So, the king went into the bathroom. When he came out, Malika asked the king why he misbehaved with a she-goat in that room. The king denied it, but the queen insisted that she saw them with her own eyes. The king was puzzled, but being dim-witted, he accepted the queen's explanation, and concluded that the bathroom was, indeed, very strange. From that time, the queen was full of remorse for having lied to the king and for having brazenly accused him of misbehaving with a she-goat. Thus, even when she was approaching death, she forgot to think about the great charities she had shared with her husband and only remembered that she had been unfair to him. As a result of this, when she died she was reborn in Niraya, hell. After her burial, the king intended to ask the Buddha where she was reborn. The Buddha wished to spare his feelings, and also did not want him to lose faith in the Dhamma. So he willed that this question should not be put to him, and King Pasenadi forgot to ask the Buddha. However, after 7 days in Niraya, the queen was reborn in the Tusadadeva world. On that day, the Buddha went to King Pasenadi's palace for alms food. He indicated that he wished to rest in the coach shed where the royal carriages were kept. After offering alms food, the king asked the Buddha where Queen Malika was reborn, and the Buddha replied, "Malika has been reborn in the Tusadadeva world." Hearing this, the king was very pleased, and said, "Where else could she have been reborn? She was always thinking of doing good deeds, always thinking what to offer to the Buddha on the next day. Venerable Sir, now that she is gone, I, your humble disciple, hardly know what to do." To him the Buddha said, "Look at these carriages of your father and your grandfather. These are all worn down and lying useless, so also is your body, which is subject to death and decay. Only the Dhamma of the virtuous is not subject to decay." In other words, inanimate things will wear off, just like the body, which will also decay. Only Buddha's teachings, Dhamma, will not decay. Verse 152, One with little learning lacks wisdom. The man of little learning grows old like an ox. His flesh grows, but his wisdom does not. Story related to Dhammapada verse 152. Thera Laladai, while residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 152 with reference to Laladai, a Thera with little intelligence. Laladai was a bhikkhu who was dim-witted and very absent-minded. He could never say things which were appropriate to the occasion, although he tried hard. Thus, on joyful and auspicious occasions he would talk about sorrow, and on sorrowful occasions he would talk about joy and gladness. Besides, he never realized that he had been saying things which were inappropriate to the occasion. When told about this, the Buddha said, "One like Laladai, who has little knowledge, is just like an ox." In other words, one with little wisdom grows bigger like an ox, but his wisdom does not. Verse 153-154. Craving is the builder of this house. Through many births I wandered in Sasra, seeking, but not finding, the builder of this house. Painful is repeated birth. O house builder, now you are seen. You will build no house again. All your rafters are broken. Your ridgepole is shattered. My mind has gone to the unconditioned, the end of craving has been achieved. Story related to Dhammapada verse 153 to 154. Words of exaltation of the Buddha. These two verses are expressions of intense and sublime joy felt by the Buddha at the moment of attainment of supreme enlightenment, Bodhignana or Sabanudanana. These verses were repeated at the Jetavana monastery at the request of the Venerable Ananda. Prince Siddhartha, of the family of Gautama, son of King Suddhodana and Queen Maya of the kingdom of the Sakyans, renounced the world at the age of 29 and became an ascetic in search of the Dhamma, truth. For 6 years, he wandered about the valley of the Ganges, approaching famous religious leaders, studying their doctrines and methods. He lived austerely and submitted himself strictly to rigorous ascetic discipline, but he found all these traditional practices to be unproductive. He was determined to find the truth in his own way, and by avoiding the two extremes of excessive sensual indulgence and self-mortification, he found the middle path which would lead to perfect peace, nibbana. This middle path, Majjhimapatipada, is the noble path of 8 components: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Thus one evening, seated under a bo tree on the bank of the Naranjara River, Prince Siddhartha Gautama attained supreme enlightenment, Bodhignana or Sabanudanana, at the age of 35. During the first watch of the night, the prince attained the power of recollection of past existences, Pabbanavasanasadinana, and during the second watch he attained the divine power of sight, Dibbakakunana. Then, during the third watch of the night he contemplated the doctrine of dependent origination, Padikasamuppada, in the order of arising, Anuloma, as well as in the order of cessation, Padaloma. At the crack of dawn, Prince Siddhartha Gautama, by his own intellect and insight fully and completely comprehended the Four Noble Truths. The Four Noble Truths are: the Noble Truth of Dukkha, Dukkha Arya Sakka; the Noble Truth of the Cause of Dukkha, Dukkha Samudaya Arya Sakka; the Noble Truth of the Cessation of Dukkha, Dukkha Nirodha Arya Sakka; and the Noble Truth of the Path leading to the cessation of Dukkha, Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Padapada Arya Sakka. There also appeared in him, in all their purity, the knowledge of the nature of each noble truth, Sakka Nana, knowledge of the performance required for each noble truth, Kikka Nana, and the knowledge of the completion of the performance required for each noble truth, Kata Nana, and thus, he attained the Sabanuda Nana, also called Bodhi Nana, of a Buddha. From that time, he was known as Gautama the Buddha. In this connection, it should be noted that only when the Four Noble Truths, under their three aspects, therefore, the 12 modes, had become perfectly clear to him that the Buddha acknowledged in the world of men, the world of devas, and that of Brahmas, that he had attained the supreme enlightenment and therefore had become a Buddha. In other words, these two verses are said by the Buddha the moment he achieved enlightenment. Verse 155-156, the negligent are later remorseful. They who in youth have neither led the holy life, nor acquired wealth, brood over the past like old herons at a pond without fish. They who in youth have neither led the holy life, nor acquired wealth, lie like worn-out bows, lamenting over the past. Story related to Dhammapada verse 155-156, son of Mahadana. While residing at the Meghadeya wood, the Buddha uttered verses 155 and 156 with reference to the son of Mahadana, a rich man from Varanasi. The son of Mahadana did not study while he was young. When he came of age, he married the daughter of a rich man, who, like him, also had no education. When the parents on both sides died, they inherited wealth from each side and so were very rich. But both of them were ignorant and knew only how to spend money, and not how to keep it or to make it grow. They just ate and drank and had a good time, squandering their money. When they had spent all, they sold their fields and gardens and finally their house. Thus, they became very poor and helpless, and because they did not know how to earn a living, they had to go begging. One day, the Buddha saw the rich man's son leaning against a wall of the monastery, taking the leftovers given him by the Samanas. Seeing him, the Buddha smiled. The Venerable Ananda asked the Buddha why he smiled, and the Buddha replied, "Ananda, look at this son of a very rich man. He had lived a useless life, an aimless life of pleasure. If he had learned to look after his riches in the first stage of his life, he would have been a top-ranking rich man, or if he had become a bhikkhu, he could have been an arahant, and his wife could have been an anagami. If he had learned to look after his riches in the second stage of his life, he would have been a second-rank rich man, or if he had become a bhikkhu he could have been an anagami, and his wife could have been a sakadagami. If he had learned to look after his riches in the third stage of his life, he would have been a third-rank rich man, or if he had become a bhikkhu he could have been a sakadagami, and his wife could have been a sotapanna. However, because he had done nothing in all the three stages of his life, he had lost all his worldly riches. He had also lost all opportunities of attaining any of the mag gas and phalas. In other words, those who squandered their life away without practicing will only lament over the past and not attain any attainment. Dhammapada chapter 12 verse 157 to 166, self. Verse 157, be vigilant. If one holds oneself dear, one should protect oneself well. During any of the 3 watches of life, a wise man should be vigilant. Story related to Dhammapada verse 157, Bodhirajakumara. While residing at the Bisakala wood, the Buddha uttered verse 157 with reference to Prince Bodhi, Bodhirajakumara. Once, Prince Bodhi built a magnificent palace for himself. When the palace was finished, he invited the Buddha for alms food. For this special occasion, he had the building decorated and perfumed with 4 kinds of scents and incense. Also, a long carpet was spread on the floor, starting from the threshold to the interior of the room. Then, because he had no children, the prince made a solemn asseveration that if he were to have any children, the Buddha should step on the cloth. When the Buddha came, Prince Bodhi respectfully requested the Buddha 3 times to enter the room. But the Buddha, instead of moving, only looked at Ananda. Ananda understood him and so asked Prince Bodhi to remove the cloth from the doorstep. Then only, the Buddha entered the palace. The prince then offered delicious and choice food to the Buddha. After the meal, the prince asked the Buddha why he did not step on the cloth. The Buddha in turn asked the prince whether he had spread the cloth, making a solemn asseveration that if he were to be blessed with a child, the Buddha would step on it, and the prince replied in the affirmative. To him, the Buddha said that he and his wife were not going to have any children because of their past evil deeds. The Buddha then related their past story. In one of their past existences, the prince and his wife were the sole survivors of a shipwreck. They were stranded on a deserted island, and there they lived by eating birds' eggs, little chicks and birds, without any feeling of remorse at any time. For that evil deed they would not be blessed with any children. If they had felt even a slight remorse for their deed at any stage of their lives, they could have a child or 2 in this existence. Then turning to the prince, the Buddha said, one who loves himself should guard himself in all stages of life, or at least, during one stage in his life. In other words, one should always guard himself and be vigilant. Verse 158, advisors should set a good example. One should first establish oneself in what is proper, then only one should teach others. Such a wise man will not be defiled. Story related to Dhammapada verse 158, Thera Upananda Sakyaputa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 158 with reference to Upananda, a Thera of the Sakyan clan. Upananda was a very eloquent preacher. He used to preach to others not to be greedy and to have only a few wants, and would talk eloquently on the merits of contentment and frugality, apakata, and austere practices, dhutangas. However, he did not practice what he taught and took all the robes and other requisites that were given up by others. On one occasion, Upananda went to a village monastery just before the Vasa. Some young bhikkhus, being impressed by his eloquence, asked him to spend the Vasa in their monastery. He asked them how many robes each bhikkhu usually received as donation for the Vasa in their monastery, and they told him that they usually received one robe each. So he did not stop there, but he left his slippers in that monastery. At the next monastery, he learned that the bhikkhus usually received 2 robes each for the Vasa. There he left his staff. At the next monastery, the bhikkhus received 3 robes each as donation for the Vasa. There he left his water bottle. Finally, at the monastery where each bhikkhu received 4 robes, he decided to spend the Vasa. At the end of the Vasa, he claimed his share of robes from the other monasteries where he had left his personal effects. Then he collected all his things in a cart and came back to his old monastery. On his way, he met 2 young bhikkhus who were having a dispute over the share of 2 robes and a valuable velvet blanket which they had between them. Since they could not come to an amicable settlement, they asked Upananda to help settle. Upananda gave 1 robe each to them and took the valuable velvet blanket for having acted as an arbitrator. The 2 young bhikkhus were not satisfied with the decision, but they could do nothing about it. With a feeling of dissatisfaction and dejection, they went to the Buddha and reported the matter. To them the Buddha said, "One who teaches others should first teach himself and act as he has taught." In other words, one should practice according to what one preach. Verse 159. Act as you instruct others. One should act as one teaches others. Only with oneself thoroughly tamed should one tame others. To tame oneself is indeed difficult. Story related to Dhammapada verse 159, Therapadhanakatissa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 159 with reference to Therapadhanakatissa. Therapadhanakatissa, after taking a subject of meditation from the Buddha, left for the forest with 500 bhikkhus. There, he told the bhikkhus to be ever mindful and diligent in their meditation practice. After thus exhorting others, he himself would lie down and go to sleep. The young bhikkhus did as they were told. They practiced meditation during the first watch of the night, and when they were about to go to bed, Padhanakatissa would get up and tell them to go back to their practice. When they returned after meditation practice during the second and third watches also, he would say the same thing to them. As he was always acting in this way, the young bhikkhus never had a rest, and so they could not concentrate on meditation practice or even on recitation of the texts. One day, they decided to investigate if their teacher was truly zealous and vigilant as he posed himself to be. When they found out that their teacher Padhanakatissa only exhorted others, but was himself sleeping most of the time, they remarked, "We are ruined, our teacher knows only how to scold us, but he himself is just wasting time, doing nothing." By this time, as the bhikkhus were not getting enough rest, they were tired and worn out. As a result, none of the bhikkhu made any progress in their meditation practice. At the end of the Vasa, they returned to the Jetavana monastery and reported the matter to the Buddha. To them the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, one who wants to teach others should first teach himself and conduct himself properly." In other words, one should act and practice as how one teaches others, i.e., acting as a role model. Verse 160. Self is one's refuge. One is indeed one's own refuge. What other refuge could there be? With oneself well controlled, one finds a refuge hard to attain. Story related to Dhammapada. Verse 160, mother of Kumar Kassapa. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 160 with reference to the mother of Kumar Kassapa. Once, a young married woman asked permission from her husband to become a bhikkhuni. Through ignorance, she went to join some bhikkhunis who were the pupils of Devdatta. This young woman was pregnant before she became a bhikkhuni, but she was not aware of the fact at that time. But in due course, the pregnancy became obvious, and the other bhikkhunis took her to their teacher Devdatta. Devdatta ordered her to go back to the household life. She then said to the other bhikkhunis, "I have not intended to become a bhikkhuni under your teacher Devdatta. I have come here by mistake. Please take me to the Jetavana monastery, take me to the Buddha." Thus she came to the Buddha. The Buddha knew that she was pregnant before she became a bhikkhuni and was therefore innocent, but he was not going to handle the case. The Buddha sent for King Pasenadi of Kosala, Anathapindika, the famous rich man, and Visakha, the famous donor of the Pabarama monastery, and many other persons. He then told Therayupali to settle the case in public. Visakha took the young girl behind a curtain. She examined her and reported to Therayupali that the girl was already pregnant when she became a bhikkhuni. Therayupali then declared to the audience that the girl was quite innocent and therefore had not soiled her morality, sila. In due course, a son was born to her. The boy was adopted by King Pasenadi and was named Kumar Kassapa. When the boy was 7 years old, upon learning that his mother was a bhikkhuni, he also became a novice under the tutelage of the Buddha. When he came of age, he was admitted to the order. As a bhikkhu, he took a subject of meditation from the Buddha and went to the forest. There, he practiced meditation ardently and diligently, and within a short time attained arhatship. However, he continued to live in the forest for 12 more years. Thus his mother had not seen him for 12 years, and she longed to see her son very much. One day, seeing him, the mother Bhikkhuni ran after her son weeping and calling out his name. Seeing his mother, Kumarkasapa thought that if he were to speak pleasantly to his mother, she would still be attached to him and her future would be ruined. So for the sake of her future realization of nibbana, he was deliberately stern and spoke harshly to her. How is it that you, a member of the order, could not even cut off this affection for a son? The mother thought that her son was very cruel to her, and she asked him what he meant. Kumarkasapa repeated what he had said before. On hearing his answer, the mother of Kumarkasapa reflected, "Oh yes, for 12 years I have shed tears for this son of mine. Yet, he has spoken harshly to me. What is the use of my affection for him?" Then, the futility of her attachment to her son dawned upon her, and then and there, she decided to cut off her attachment to her son. By cutting off her attachment entirely, the mother of Kumarkasapa attained arahantship on the same day. One day, at the congregation of bhikkhus, some bhikkhus said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, if the mother of Kumarkasapa had listened to Devdatta, she as well as her son would not have become arahats. Surely, Devdatta had tried to do them a great wrong, but you, Venerable Sir, are a refuge to them." To them the Buddha said, "Bhikkhus, in trying to reach the Deva world, or in trying to attain arahantship, you cannot depend on others, you must work hard on your own." In other words, we cannot depend on others to achieve liberation. We are our own best refuge. Verse 161, the unwise person comes to grief on his own. The evil done by oneself, arising in oneself, and caused by oneself. Evil destroys the unwise just as a diamond grinds a hard gem. Story related to Dhammapada verse 161, Mahakala Upasaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 161 with reference to Mahakala, a lay disciple. On a certain Sabbath day, Mahakala, a lay disciple, went to the Jetavana monastery. On that day, he kept the Sabbath by observing the 8 moral precepts, Upasatha Sila, and listened to the discourses on the Dhamma throughout the night. It so happened that on that same night, some thieves broke into a house, and the owners on waking up went after the thieves. The thieves ran away in all directions. Some ran in the direction of the monastery. It was then nearing dawn, and Mahakala was washing his face at the pond close to the monastery. The thieves dropped their stolen property in front of Mahakala and ran on. When the owners arrived, they saw Mahakala with the stolen property. Taking him for one of the thieves, they shouted at him, threatened him and beat him hard. Mahakala died on the spot. Early in the morning, when some young bhikkhus and samanas from the monastery came to the pond to fetch water, they saw the dead body and recognized it. On their return to the monastery, they reported what they had seen and said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, the lay disciple who was at this monastery listening to the religious discourses all through the night has met with a death which he does not deserve." To them the Buddha replied, "Bhikkhus, if you judge from the good deeds he has done in this existence, he has indeed met with a death he does not deserve. But the fact is that he has only paid for the evil he had done in a past existence. In one of his previous existences, when he was a soldier in the palace of the king, he fell in love with another man's wife and had beaten her husband to death. Thus, evil deeds surely get one into trouble. They even lead one to the four apayas. In other words, one has to pay for the evil deeds one has done. Verse 162. Evil action crushes the doer. As the creeper, Maluva, strangled a sal tree, so also a really immoral person does to himself just what his enemy wishes him to do. Story related to Dhammapada verse 162, Devdatta. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 162 with reference to Devdatta. One day, some bhikkhus were talking amongst themselves when the Buddha came in and asked the subject of their talk. They answered that they were talking about Devdatta and then continued as follows. Venerable Sir, Devdatta is, indeed, a man without morality. He is also very avaricious. He has tried to gain fame and fortune by getting the confidence of Ajatasattu by unfair means. He has also tried to convince Ajatasattu that by getting rid of his father, he, Ajatasattu, would immediately become a powerful king. Having been thus misled by Devdatta, Ajatasattu killed his father, the noble king, Bimbisara. Devdatta has even attempted 3 times to kill you, our most venerable teacher. Devdatta is, indeed, very wicked and incorrigible. After listening to the bhikkhus, the Buddha told them that Devdatta has tried to kill him not only now, but also in his previous existences. The Buddha then narrated the story of a deer stalker. Once, while King Brahmadatta was reigning in Varanasi, the future Buddha was born as a deer, and Devdatta was then a deer stalker. One day, the deer stalker saw the footprints of a deer under a tree. So, he put up a bamboo platform in the tree and waited with the spear ready for the deer. The deer came, but he came very cautiously. The deer stalker saw him hesitating, and threw some fruits of the tree to coax him. But that put the deer on guard. He looked more carefully and saw the deer stalker in the tree. He pretended not to see the deer stalker and turned away slowly. From some distance, he addressed the tree thus: "O tree, you always drop your fruits vertically, but today you have broken the law of nature and have dropped your fruits slantingly. Since you have violated the nature law of trees, I am now leaving you for another tree." Seeing the deer turning away, the deer stalker dropped his spear to the ground and said, "Yes, you can now move on, for today, I have been wrong in my calculations." The deer who was the Buddha to be replied, "O hunter, you have truly miscalculated today, but your evil karma will not take any mistake, it will certainly follow you. Thus, Devdatta had attempted to kill me not only now, but also in the past, yet he had never succeeded." Then the Buddha continued, "Bhikkhus, just as a creeper strangles the tree to which it clings, so also, those without morality, being overwhelmed by lust, are finally thrown into niraya." In other words, the extremely evil action of the person lacking in virtue is similar to that of the parasitic Maluva creeper. Verse 163: Doing good unto one's own self is difficult. Easy to do are things that are harmful to oneself. But to do what is beneficial and good is very difficult. Story related to Dhammapada verse 163, Schism in the order. While residing at the Velluvana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 163 with reference to Devdatta, who committed the offense of causing a schism in the order of the bhikkhus. On one occasion, while the Buddha was giving a discourse in the Velluvana monastery, Devdatta came to him and suggested that since the Buddha was getting old, the duties of the order should be entrusted to him, Devdatta. But the Buddha rejected his proposal and also rebuked him and called him a spittle swallower, Kalasaka. From that time, Devdatta felt very bitter towards the Buddha. He even tried to kill the Buddha 3 times, but all his attempts failed. Later, Devdatta tried another tactic. This time, he came to the Buddha and proposed 5 rules of discipline for the bhikkhus to observe throughout their lives. He proposed that the bhikkhus should live in the forest. 2. That they should live only on food received on alms rounds. 3. That they should wear robes made only from pieces of cloth collected from rubbish heaps. 4. That they should reside under trees, and that they should not take fish or meat. The Buddha did not have any objections to these rules and made no objections to those who were willing to observe them, but for various valid considerations, he was not prepared to impose these rules of discipline on the bhikkhus in general. Devdatta claimed that the rules proposed by him were much better than the existing rules of discipline, and some new bhikkhus agreed with him. One day, the Buddha asked Devdatta if it was true that he was trying to create a schism in the order, and he admitted that it was so. The Buddha warned him that it was a very serious offense, but Devdatta paid no heed to his warning. After this, as he met Thera Ananda on his alms round in Rajagaha, Devdatta said to Thera Ananda, "Ananda, from today I will observe the Sabbath, Upasatha, and perform the duties of the order separately, independent of the Buddha and his order of bhikkhus." On his return from the alms round, Thera Ananda reported to the Buddha what Devdatta had said. On hearing this, the Buddha reflected, Devdatta is committing a very serious offense. It will send him to Avici Niraya, hell. For a virtuous person, it is easy to do good deeds and difficult to do evil, but for an evil one, it is easy to do evil and difficult to do good deeds. Indeed, in life it is easy to do something which is not beneficial, but it is very difficult to do something which is good and beneficial. Then, on the Upasatha day, Devdatta, followed by 500 Vajjian bhikkhus, broke off from the order, and went to Gayasisa. However, when the two chief disciples, Sariputta and Moggallana, went to see the bhikkhus who had followed Devdatta and talked to them, they realized their mistakes, and most of them returned with the two chief disciples to the Buddha. In other words, one can do evil deed easily, but one needs discipline to refrain from evil deeds, and do more good deeds with reference to Devdatta, who caused a schism in the sect. Verse 164, do not scorn the noble. The foolish man on account of his wrong views, scorns the teaching of the arahants, the noble ones, and the righteous. He is like the bamboo which bears fruit for its own destruction. Story related to Dhammapada verse 164, Therakala. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 164 of this book, with reference to Therakala. Once in Savatthi, an elderly woman was looking after a Thera named Kala, like her own son. One day, hearing from her neighbors about the virtues of the Buddha, she wished very much to go to the Jetavana monastery and listen to the discourses given by the Buddha. So she told Thera Kala about her wishes, but the Thera advised her against it. Three times she spoke to him about her wishes, but he always dissuaded her. But one day, in spite of his dissuasion, the lady decided to go. After asking her daughter to look to the needs of Therakala, she left the house. When Therakala came on his usual round of alms food, he learned that the lady of the house had left for the Jetavana monastery. Then he reflected, it is quite possible that the lady of this house is losing her faith in me. So, he made haste and quickly followed her to the monastery. There, he found her listening to the discourse being given by the Buddha. He approached the Buddha respectfully, and said, Venerable Sir, this woman is very dull, she will not be able to understand the sublime Dhamma, Please teach her only about charity, dana, and morality, sila. The Buddha knew very well that Therakala was talking out of spite and with an ulterior motive. So he said to Therakala, Bhikkhu, because you are foolish and because of your wrong view, you scorn my teaching. You yourself are your own ruin. In fact, you are only trying to destroy yourself. At the end of the discourse, the elderly lady attained Sotapaddy fruition. In other words, a foolish person who has wrong view, who scorns the noble one's teaching, will lead to self-destruction. Verse 165, Purity and impurity depend on oneself. By oneself indeed is evil done, and by oneself is one defiled. By oneself is evil not done, and by oneself is one purified. Purity and impurity depend entirely on oneself. No one can purify another. Story related to Dhammapada verse 165, Kulakala Upasaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 165 with reference to Kulakala, a lay disciple. Kulakala, a lay disciple, observed the Upasatha precepts on a certain Sabbath day and spent the night at the Jetavana monastery, listening to religious discourses all through the night. Early in the morning, as he was washing his face at the pond near the monastery, some thieves dropped a bundle near him. The owners, seeing him with the stolen property, took him for a thief and beat him hard. Fortunately, some slave girls who had come to fetch water testified that they knew him and that he was not the thief. So Kulakala was let off. When the Buddha was told about it, he said to Kulakala, "You have been let off not only because the slave girls said that you were not the thief, but also because you did not steal and was therefore innocent. Those who do evil go to Niraya, hell, but those who do good are reborn in the Deva worlds, or else realize Nibbana." In other words, by oneself one does evil, and by oneself one is purified. No one can purify another person. Verse 166, Strive for your spiritual welfare. Let none neglect their good for others' good, however great. Clearly perceiving one's personal welfare, one should devote oneself to one's own good. Story related to Dhammapada verse 166, Thera Adadatha. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 166 with reference to Thera Adadatha. When the Buddha declared that he would realize parinibbana in 4 months' time, many monks who have not achieved enlightenment were apprehensive and did not know what to do, so they kept close to the Buddha. Adadatha, however, did not go to the Buddha and, having resolved to attain arahantship during the lifetime of the Buddha, was striving hard in the meditation practice. Other bhikkhus, not understanding him, took him to the Buddha and said, "Venerable Sir, this bhikkhu does not seem to love and revere you as we do, he only keeps to himself. The Thera then explained to them that he was striving hard to attain arahantship before the Buddha realized parinibbana, and that was the only reason why he had not come to the Buddha. The Buddha then said to the bhikkhus, "Bhikkhus, those who love and revere me should act like Adidatha. You are not paying me homage by just offering flowers, perfumes, and incense, and by coming to see me. You pay me homage only by practicing the Dhamma I have taught you." In other words, one should not neglect one's welfare and should strive for one's own spiritual welfare and development. Dhammapada chapter 13 verse 167 to 178 World. Verse 167 Give up base desires. Do not follow ignoble ways, do not live in negligence. Do not embrace wrong views, do not be the one to prolong samsara. Story related to Dhammapada verse 167, Young Bhikkhu. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 167 with reference to a young bhikkhu. Once, a young bhikkhu accompanied an older bhikkhu to the house of Visakha. After taking rice gruel, the elder bhikkhu left for another place, leaving the young bhikkhu behind at the house of Visakha. The granddaughter of Visakha was filtering some water for the young bhikkhu, and when she saw her own reflection in the big water pot, she smiled. Seeing her thus smiling, the young bhikkhu looked at her, and he also smiled. When she saw the young bhikkhu looking at her and smiling at her, she lost her temper, and cried out angrily, "You, a shaven head! Why are you smiling at me?" The young bhikkhu reported, "You are a shaven head yourself, your mother and your father are also shaven heads." Thus they quarreled, and the young girl went weeping to her grandmother. Visakha came and said to the young bhikkhu, "Please do not get angry with my granddaughter. But a bhikkhu does have his hair shaved, his finger-nails and toe-nails cut, and putting on a robe which is made up of cut pieces, he goes on alms round with a bowl which is rimless." What this young girl said was, in a way, quite right, is it not? The young bhikkhu replied, "It is true, but why should she abuse me on that account?" At this point, the elder bhikkhu returned, but both Visakha and the old bhikkhu failed to appease the young bhikkhu and the young girl. Soon after this, the Buddha arrived and learned about the quarrel. The Buddha knew that time was ripe for the young bhikkhu to attain Sotapaddi fruition. Then, in order to make the young bhikkhu more responsive to his words, he seemingly sided with him and said to Visakha, "Visakha, what reason is there for your granddaughter to address my son as a shaven head just because he has his head shaven? After all, he had his head shaven to enter my order, didn't he?" Hearing these words, the young bhikkhu went down on his knees, paid obeisance to the Buddha, and said, "Venerable Sir, you alone understands me, neither my teacher nor the great donor of the monastery understands me." The Buddha knew that the bhikkhu was then in a receptive mood, and so he said, "To smile with sensual desire is ignoble. It is not right and proper to have ignoble thoughts." In other words, do not live heedlessly, and do not harbor wrong views, if not one will remain in samsara longer. Verse 168 to 169, the righteous are happy. Do not neglect the duty of going on alms round, practice this righteous conduct well. One who practices rightly, lives happily in this world and the next. Observe proper practice. Do not observe improper practice. He who observes this practice lives happily, both in this world and in the next. Story related to Dhammapada verse 168 to 169, King Suddhodana. While residing at the Nigrodharama monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 168 and 169 with reference to King Suddhodana, father of Gautama Buddha. When the Buddha revisited Kapilavatthu, for the first time he stayed at the Nigrodharama monastery. There, he expounded the Dhamma to his relatives. King Suddhodana thought that Gautama Buddha, who was his own son, would go to no other place, but would surely come to his palace for alms food the next day, but he did not specifically invite the Buddha to come for alms food. However, the next day, he prepared alms food for 20,000 bhikkhus. On that morning, the Buddha went on his alms round with a retinue of bhikkhus, as was the custom of all the Buddhas. Yasodhara, wife of Prince Siddhartha, before he renounced the world, saw the Buddha going on an alms round from the palace window. She informed her father-in-law, King Suddhodana, and the king went in great haste to the Buddha. The king told the Buddha that for a member of the royal Katiya family, to go round begging for food from door to door was a disgrace. Whereupon the Buddha replied that it was the custom of all the Buddhas to go round for alms food from house to house, and therefore it was right and proper for him to keep up the tradition. At the end of the discourse, the father of Gautama Buddha attained Sotapaddi fruition. In other words, observe proper practice and abandon improper practice. One who practices rightly will be happy. Verse 170, observe the impermanence of life. If a man looks at the world, i.e., the five khandhas, in the same way as one looks at a bubble or a mirage, the king of death will not find him. Story related to Dhammapada verse 170, 500 bhikkhus. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 170 with reference to 500 bhikkhus. On one occasion, 500 bhikkhus, after taking a subject of meditation from the Buddha, went into the forest to practice meditation. But they made very little progress, so they returned to the Buddha to ask for a more suitable subject of meditation. On their way to the Buddha, seeing a mirage, they meditated on it. As soon as they entered the compound of the monastery, a storm broke out. As big drops of rain fell, bubbles were formed on the ground and soon disappeared. Seeing those bubbles, the bhikkhus reflected, "This body of ours is perishable like the bubbles," and perceived the impermanent nature of the aggregates, khandas. The Buddha saw them from his perfumed chamber and sent forth the radiance and appeared in their vision. Then the Buddha spoke in verse as follows. If a man looks at the world, i.e., the five khandas, in the same way as one looks at a bubble or a mirage, the king of death will not find him. At the end of the discourse, those 500 bhikkhus attained arahantship. In other words, if one can see the impermanence nature of the five aggregates, which is like a bubble/mirage, then one can escape samsara. Verse 171, the wise are not attached to the world. This world is like an ornamented royal chariot. Fools flounder in it. But for the wise there is no attachment. Story related to Dhammapada verse 171, Principia. While residing at the Velluvana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 171 with reference to Principia, Abharajakumara. On one occasion, Principia triumphantly returned after suppressing a rebellion at the frontier. King Bimbisara was so pleased with him that for 7 days, Abhya was given the glory and honor of a ruler, together with a dancing girl, to entertain him. On the last day, while the dancer was entertaining the prince and his company in the garden, she had a severe stroke. She collapsed and died on the spot. The prince was shocked and very much distressed. Sorrowfully, he went to the Buddha to find solace. To him the Buddha said, "O Prince, the tears you have shed all through the round of rebirths cannot be measured. This world of aggregates, i.e., khandas, is the place where fools flounder." In other words, the wise will not be attached to anything in this world. Verse 172, the diligent illumine the world. He who has been formerly unmindful, but is mindful later on, lights up the world like the moon freed from clouds. Story related to Dhammapada verse 172, Thera Samajana. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 172 of this book, with reference to Thera Samajana. Thera Samajana spent most of his time sweeping the precincts of the monastery. At that time, Theravada was also staying at the monastery. Unlike Samajana, Theravada spent most of his time in meditation. Seeing Theravada's behavior, Thera Samajana thought the other Thera was just idling away his time. Thus, one day Samajana went to Theravada and said to him, You are being very lazy, living on the food offered out of faith and generosity. Don't you think you should sometimes sweep the floors or the compound or some other place? To him, Theravada replied, Friend, a bhikkhu should not spend all his time sweeping. He should sweep early in the morning, then go out on the alms round. After the meal, contemplating his body, he should try to perceive the true nature of the aggregates, or else, recite the texts until nightfall. Then he can do the sweeping again if he so wishes. Therasamajana strictly followed the advice given by Theravada and soon attained arahatship. Other bhikkhus noticed some rubbish piling up in the compound and they asked Samajana why he was not sweeping as much as he used to, and he replied, When I was not mindful, I was all the time sweeping, but now I am no longer unmindful. When the bhikkhus heard his reply, they were skeptical, so they went to the Buddha and said, Venerable Sir, Therasamajana falsely claims himself to be an arahant, he is telling lies. To them the Buddha said, Samajana has indeed attained arahatship, he is telling the truth. In other words, one who was previously heedless becomes mindful and he will progress in the path. Verse 173 Evil is overcome by good. He who overwhelms with good the evil that he has done lights up this world just like the moon freed from clouds. Story related to Dhammapada verse 173, Thera Angulimala. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 173 with reference to Thera Angulimala. Angulimala was the son of the head priest in the court of King Pasenadi of Kosala. His original name was Ahimsaka. When he was of age, he was sent to Taxila, a renowned university town. Ahimsaka was intelligent and was also obedient to his teacher. So he was liked by the teacher and his wife. As a result, other pupils were jealous of him. So they went to the teacher and falsely reported that Ahimsaka was having an affair with the teacher's wife. At first, the teacher did not believe them, but after being told a number of times he believed them, and so he vowed to have revenge on the boy. To kill the boy would reflect badly on him, so he thought of a plan which was worse than murder. He told Ahimsaka to kill 1,000 men or women, and in return, he promised to give the boy priceless knowledge. The boy wanted to have this knowledge, but was very reluctant to take life. However, he agreed to do as he was told. Thus, he kept on killing people, and not to lose count, he threaded a finger each of everyone he killed and wore them like a garland round his neck. In this way, he was known as Angulimala, and became the terror of the countryside. The king himself heard about the exploits of Angulimala, and he made preparations to capture him. When Mantani, the mother of Angulimala, heard about the king's intention, out of love for her son, she went into the forest in a desperate bid to save her son. By this time, the chain round the neck of Angulimala had 999 fingers in it, just one finger short of 1,000. Early in the morning on that day, the Buddha saw Angulimala in his vision, and reflected that if he did not intervene, Angulimala, who was on the lookout for the last person to make up the 1,000, would see his mother and might kill her. In that case, Angulimala would have to suffer in Niraya, hell, endlessly. So out of compassion, the Buddha left for the forest where Angulimala was. Angulimala, after many sleepless days and nights, was very tired and near exhaustion. At the same time, he was very anxious to kill the last person to make up his full quota of 1,000 and so complete his task. He made up his mind to kill the first person he met. Suddenly, as he looked out, he saw the Buddha and ran after him with his knife raised. But the Buddha could not be reached while he himself was completely exhausted. Then, looking at the Buddha, he cried out, "O bhikkhu, stop! Stop!" And the Buddha replied, "I have stopped, only you have not stopped." Angulimala did not get the significance of the words of the Buddha, so he asked, "O bhikkhu, why do you say that you have stopped and I have not stopped?" The Buddha then said to him, "I say that I have stopped, because I have given up killing all beings, I have given up ill-treating all beings, and because I have established myself in universal love, patience, and knowledge through reflection. But you have not given up killing or ill-treating others, and you are not yet established in universal love and patience. Hence, you are the one who has not stopped." Upon hearing these words from the mouth of the Buddha, Angulimala reflected, "These are the words of a wise man. This bhikkhu is so very wise, and so very brave, he must be the ruler of the bhikkhus. Indeed, he must be the Buddha himself. He must have come here specially to make me see the light." So thinking, he threw away his weapon and asked the Buddha to admit him to the order of the bhikkhus. Then and there, the Buddha made him a bhikkhu. Angulimala's mother looked for her son everywhere in the forest, shouting out his name, but failing to find him, she returned home. When the king and his men came to capture Angulimala, they found him at the monastery of the Buddha. Finding that Angulimala had given up his evil ways and had become a bhikkhu, the king and his men went home. During his stay at the monastery, Angulimala ardently and diligently practiced meditation, and within a short time he attained arahantship. Then, one day, while he was on an alms round, he came to a place where some people were quarreling among themselves. As they were throwing stones at one another, some stray stones hit Thera Angulimala on the head and he was seriously injured. Yet, he managed to come back to the Buddha, and the Buddha said to him, "My son Angulimala, You have done away with evil. Have patience. You are paying in this existence for the deeds you have done. These deeds would have made you suffer for innumerable years in Niraya. Soon afterwards, Angulimala passed away peacefully. He had realized parinibbana. Other bhikkhus asked the Buddha where Angulimala was reborn, and when the Buddha replied, "My son has realized parinibbana," they could hardly believe it. So they asked him whether it was possible that a man who had killed so many people could have realized parinibbana. To this question, the Buddha replied, "Bhikkhus, Angulimala had done much evil, because he did not have good friends. But later, he found good friends, and through their help and good advice he had been steadfast and mindful in his practice of the Dhamma. Therefore, his evil deeds have been overwhelmed by good, i.e., Arahata Magga." In other words, evil can be overcome by doing good. Verse 174, Without eye of wisdom, this world is blind. Blind are the people of this world, only a few in this world see clearly. As birds escape from a net, few go to a blissful state. Story related to Dhammapada verse 174, Weaver Girl. While residing at the monastery near Agavala shrine in the country of Alavi, the Buddha uttered verse 174 with reference to a young maiden, who was a weaver. At the conclusion of an almsgiving ceremony in Alavi, the Buddha gave a discourse on the impermanence of the aggregates, khandhas. The main points the Buddha stressed on that day may be expressed as follows. My life is impermanent, for me, death only is permanent. I must certainly die, my life ends in death. Life is not permanent, death is permanent. The Buddha also exhorted the audience to be always mindful and to strive to perceive the true nature of the aggregate. He also said, as one who is armed with a stick or a spear is prepared to meet an enemy, e.g. a poisonous snake, so also, one who is ever mindful of death will face death mindfully. He would then leave this world for a good destination, Sugati. Many people did not take the above exhortation seriously, but a young girl of 16, who was a weaver, clearly understood the message. After giving the discourse, the Buddha returned to the Jetavana monastery. After 3 years, when the Buddha surveyed the world, he saw the young weaver in his vision, and knew that time was ripe for the girl to attain Sotapaddi fruition. So the Buddha came to the country of Alavi to expound the Dhamma for the second time. When the girl heard that the Buddha had come again with 500 bhikkhus, she wanted to go and listen to the discourse which would be given by the Buddha. However, her father asked her to wind some thread spools which he needed urgently, so she promptly wound some spools and took them to her father. On the way to her father, she stopped for a moment at the outer fringe of the audience, who had come to listen to the Buddha. Meanwhile, the Buddha knew that the young weaver would come to listen to his discourse. He also knew that the girl would die when she got to the weaving shed. Therefore, it was very important that she should listen to the Dhamma on her way to the weaving shed and not on her return. So, when the young weaver appeared on the fringe of the audience, the Buddha looked at her. When she saw him looking at her, she dropped her basket and respectfully approached the Buddha. Then, he put 4 questions to her and she answered all of them. The questions and answers are as given below. Questions Answers 1. Where have you come from? 1. I do not know. 2. Where are you going? 2. I do not know. 3. Don't you know? 3. Yes, I do know. 4. Do you know? 4. I do not know, Venerable Sir. Hearing her answers, the audience thought that the young weaver was being very disrespectful. Then, the Buddha asked her to explain what she meant by her answers, and she explained. Venerable Sir, since you know that I have come from my house, I interpreted that, by your first question, you meant to ask me from what past existence I have come here. Hence my answer, I do not know. The second question means, to what future existence I would be going from here, hence my answer, I do not know. The third question means whether I do not know that I would die one day, hence my answer, yes, I do know. The last question means whether I know when I would die, hence my answer, I do not know. The Buddha was satisfied with her explanation and he said to the audience, most of you might not understand clearly the meaning of the answers given by the young weaver. Those who are ignorant are in darkness, they are just like the blind. In other words, most people are unable to see the reality as it is, only few can see it. Verse 175, The wise escape from this world. Swans fly on the path of the sun. Those with supernormal powers travel through the air. The wise, having conquered Mara and his army, are led away from the world. Story related to Dhammapada verse 175, 30 Bhikkhus. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 175 with reference to 30 Bhikkhus. Once, 30 Bhikkhus came to pay homage to the Buddha. When they came in, the Venerable Ananda, who was then attending on the Buddha, left the room and waited outside. After some time, Thera Ananda went in, but he did not find any of the Bhikkhus. So, he asked the Buddha where all those Bhikkhus had gone. The Buddha then replied, Ananda, all those Bhikkhus, after hearing my discourse, had attained arahatship, and with their supernormal powers, they left traveling through space. Verse 176, there is no evil a liar cannot do. A liar who has transgressed the one law, and is indifferent to the other world, there is no evil they cannot do. Story related to Dhammapada verse 176, Sinkamanavaka. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 176 with reference to Sinkamanavaka. As the Buddha went on teaching the Dhamma, more and more people came flocking to him, and the ascetics of other faiths found their following to be dwindling. So they made a plan that would harm the reputation of the Buddha. They called the very beautiful Sinkamanavaka, a devoted pupil of theirs, to them and said to her, "If you have our interests in your heart, please help us and put Samamagatama to shame." Sinkamanavaka agreed to comply. That same evening, she took some flowers and went in the direction of the Jetavana monastery. When people asked her where she was going, she replied, "What is the use of you knowing where I am going?" Then she would go to the place of other ascetics near the Jetavana monastery and would come back early in the morning to make it appear as if she had spent the night at the Jetavana monastery. When asked, she would reply, "I spent the night with Samamagatama at the perfume chamber of the Jetavana monastery." After 3 or 4 months had passed, she wrapped up her stomach with some cloth to make herself look pregnant. Then, after 8 or 9 months, she wrapped up her stomach with a round piece of thin wooden plank. She also beat up her palms and feet to make them swollen, and pretended to be feeling tired and worn out. Thus, she assumed a perfect picture of a woman in an advanced stage of pregnancy. Then, in the evening, she went to the Jetavana monastery to confront the Buddha. The Buddha was then expounding the Dhamma to a congregation of bhikkhus and laymen. Seeing him teaching on the platform, she accused the Buddha thus, "O you big Samama! You only preach to others. I am now pregnant by you, yet you do nothing for my confinement. You only know how to enjoy yourself." The Buddha stopped preaching for a while and said to her, "Sister, only you and I know whether you are speaking the truth or not." And Sinkamanavaka replied, "Yes, you are right. How can others know what only you and I know?" At that instant, Sakka, king of the Devas, became aware of the trouble being brewed at the Jetavana monastery, so he sent 4 of his devas in the form of young rats. The 4 rats got under the clothes of Sinkamanavaka and bit off the strings that fastened the wooden plank round her stomach. As the strings broke, the wooden plank dropped, cutting off the front part of her feet. Thus, the deception of Sinkamanavaka was uncovered, and many from the crowd cried out in anger, "O you wicked woman! A liar and a cheat! How dare you accuse our noble teacher?" Some of them spat on her and drove her out. She ran as fast as she could, and when she had gone some distance, the earth cracked and fissured and she was swallowed up. The next day, While the bhikkhus were talking about Sankamanavika, the Buddha came to them and said, Bhikkhu, one who is not afraid to tell lies, and who does not care what happens in the future existence, will not hesitate to do any evil. In other words, there is no evil act that a liar would not do. Verse 177. Misers are not happy. Misers do not go to celestial realms. Fools do not praise generosity. The wise rejoice in giving and thus become happy. Story related to Dhammapada verse 177, Unrivaled Almsgiving. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 177 with reference to the unrivaled almsgiving of King Pasenadi of Kosala. Once, the king offered alms to the Buddha and other bhikkhus on a grand scale. His subjects, in competition with him, organized another almsgiving ceremony on a grander scale than that of the king. Thus, the king and his subjects kept on competing in giving alms. Finally, Queen Malika thought of a plan. To implement this plan, she asked the king to have a grand pavilion built. Next, she asked for 500 white umbrellas and 500 tame elephants. Those 500 elephants were to hold the 500 white umbrellas over the 500 bhikkhus. In the middle of the pavilion, they kept 10 boats, which were filled with perfumes and incense. There were also 250 princesses, who kept fanning the 500 bhikkhus. Since the subjects of the king had no princesses, nor white umbrellas, nor elephants, they could no longer compete with the king. When all preparations were made, alms food was offered. After the meal, the king made an offering of all the things in the pavilion, which were worth 14 crores. At the time, 2 ministers of the king were present. Of those 2, the minister named Junha was very pleased and praised the king for having offered alms so generously to the Buddha and his bhikkhus. He also reflected that such offerings could only be made by a king. He was very glad because the king would share the merit of his good deeds with all beings. In short, the minister Junha rejoiced with the king in his unrivaled charity. The minister Kala, on the other hand, thought that the king was only squandering, by giving away 14 crores in a single day, and that the bhikkhus would just go back to the monastery and sleep. After the meal, the Buddha looked over at the audience and knew how Kala the minister was feeling. Then, he thought that if he were to deliver a lengthy discourse of appreciation, Kala would get more dissatisfied, and in consequence would have to suffer more in his next existence. So, out of compassion for Kala, the Buddha delivered only a short discourse and returned to the Jetavana monastery. The king had expected a lengthy discourse of appreciation, and so he was very sad because the Buddha had been so brief. The king wondered if he had failed to do something which should have been done, and so he went to the monastery. On seeing the king, the Buddha said, "Great king, you should rejoice that you have succeeded in making the offering of the unrivaled charity, Asiddhisadana. Such an opportunity comes very rarely, it comes only once during the appearance of each Buddha. But your minister Kala had felt that it was a waste, and was not at all appreciative. So, if I had given a lengthy discourse, he would get more and more dissatisfied and uncomfortable, and in consequence, he would suffer much more in the present existence as well as in the next. That was why I preached so briefly." Then the Buddha added, "Great king, fools do not rejoice in the charities given by others and go to the lower worlds. The wise rejoice in other people's charities, and through appreciation, they share in the merit gained by others and go to the abode of the devas." In other words, misers do not rejoice in generosity and charity, thus they are not reborn as devas. Verse 178, Stream winning is better than sovereignty. The fruit of stream entry is better than soul sovereignty over the earth, better than going to heaven, better than lordship over all the worlds. Story related to Dhammapada verse 178. Kala, son of Anathapindika. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 178 with reference to Kala, son of Anathapindika, the well-renowned rich man of Savatthi. Kala, son of Anathapindika, always kept away whenever the Buddha and his company of bhikkhus came to their house. Anathapindika was afraid that if his son kept on behaving in this way, he would be reborn in one of the lower worlds, apayas. So, he enticed his son with the promise of money. He promised to give 100 if the youth consented to go to the monastery and keep Sabbath for one day. So, the youth went to the monastery and returned home early the next day, without listening to any religious discourses. His father offered him rice gruel, but instead of taking his food, he first demanded to have the money. The next day, the father said to his son, "My son, if you learn a stanza of the text from the Buddha, I will give you 1,000 on your return." So, Kala went to the monastery again, and told the Buddha that he wanted to learn something. The Buddha gave him a short stanza to learn by heart. At the same time, he willed that the youth would not be able to memorize it. Thus, the youth had to repeat a single stanza many times, but because he had to repeat it so many times, in the end, he came to perceive the full meaning of the Dhamma and attained Sotapaddi fruition. The next morning, he followed the Buddha and the bhikkhus to his own house. But on that day, he was silently wishing, "I wish my father would not give me the 1,000 in the presence of the Buddha. I do not wish the Buddha to know that I kept the Sabbath just for the sake of money." His father offered rice gruel to the Buddha and the bhikkhus, and also to him. Then, his father brought 1,000, and told Kala to take the money, but surprisingly he refused. His father pressed him to take it, but he still refused. Then, Anathapindika said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, my son is quite changed. He now behaves in a very pleasant manner." Then he related to the Buddha how he had enticed the youth with money to go to the monastery and keep Sabbath and to learn some religious texts. To him the Buddha replied, "Anathapindika, today your son has attained Sotapaddi fruition, which is much better than the riches of the universal monarch or that of the Devas or that of the Brahmas." In other words, the fruits of the first stage of enlightenment being a sotapanna is better than any wealth and status in the world. Dhammapada chapter 14 verse 179 to 196, the Buddha. Verse 179-180, the Buddha cannot be tempted. The Buddha, whose conquest of moral defilements is complete, in whom there cannot arise any further defilements in this world, that Buddha of infinite range of wisdom, who is trackless, by what track will you lead him? The Buddha, in whom there is no craving, which like a net would bring him back to any existence in samsara, that Buddha of infinite range of wisdom, who is trackless, by what track will you lead him? Story related to Dhammapada verse 179 to 180, three daughters of Mara. The Buddha first uttered verses 179 and 180 while residing near the Bodhi tree, with reference to the three daughters of Mara. He repeated these verses to the Brahmin Magandiya while journeying through the Kuru country. Magandiya, the Brahmin and his wife lived in the kingdom of the Kurus with their daughter Magandiya, who was exceedingly beautiful. She was so beautiful that her father rudely turned down all her suitors. One day, early in the morning, when the Buddha surveyed the world, he found that time was ripe for the Brahmin Magandiya and his wife to attain anagami fruition. So, taking his bowl and the robes, the Buddha set out for the place where the Brahmin usually went to offer fire sacrifice. The Brahmin, seeing the Buddha, promptly decided that the Buddha was the very person who was worthy of his daughter. He pleaded with the Buddha to wait there and hurriedly went off to fetch his wife and daughter. The Buddha left his footprint and went to another place, close at hand. When the Brahmin and his family came, they found only the footprint. Seeing the footprint, the wife of the Brahmin remarked that it was the footprint of one who was free from sensual desires. Then, the Brahmin saw the Buddha, and he offered his daughter in marriage to him. The Buddha did not accept nor did he refuse the offer, but first, he related to the Brahmin how the daughters of Mara tempted him soon after his attainment of Buddhahood. To the beautiful Tanha, Arati and Raga, the daughters of Mara, the Buddha had said, "It is no use tempting one who is free from craving, clinging and passion, for he cannot be lured by any temptation whatsoever." Then, the Buddha continued, Brahman Magandiya, even when I saw those peerless daughters of Mara, I felt no sensual desire in me. After all, what is this body of your daughter? It is full of 32 impure things painted beautifully on the outside. I don't like to touch it even with my foot. On hearing those words of the Buddha, both the Brahmin and his wife attained anagami fruition. Later, they joined the order and eventually both of them attained arahatship. In other words, Buddha who is free from defilements and cravings will not be lured by any temptation. Verse 181 Buddhas are dear to all. The wise ones who are intent on meditation, who delight in the peace of renunciation. Such mindful fully enlightened Buddhas even the gods hold dear. Story related to Dhammapada verse 181, Buddha's return from the Tavatimsadeva world. On return from the Tavatimsadeva world, the Buddha uttered verse 181 at Sankasanagara, in reply to Tharasariputa's words of welcome. On one occasion, while at Savatthi, the Buddha performed the miracle of the pears in answer to the challenge of the ascetics of various sections. After this, the Buddha went to the Tavatimsadeva world. His mother, who had been reborn in the Tusadadeva world as a deva known as Santasita, also came to the Tavatimsadeva world. There the Buddha expounded the Abhidhamma to the Devas and the Brahmas throughout the 3 months of the Vasa. As a result, Santasita Deva attained Sotapaddi fruition, so did numerous other Devas and Brahmas. During that period, Tharasariputta spent the Vasa at Sankasanagara, 30 yojanas away from Savatthi. During his stay there, as regularly instructed by the Buddha, he taught the Abhidhamma to the 500 bhikkhus staying with him and covered the whole course by the end of the Vasa. Towards the end of the Vasa, Tharamahamaggalana went to the Tavatimsadeva world to see the Buddha. Then, he was told that the Buddha would return to the human world on the full moon day at the end of the Vasa to the place where Tharasariputta was spending the Vasa. As promised, the Buddha came with the 6-colored rays shining forth from his body to the city gate of Sankasanagara, on the night of the full moon day of the month of Asayuja, when the moon was shining brightly. He was accompanied by a large following of Devas on one side and a large following of Brahmas on the other. A large gathering headed by Therasariputta welcomed the Buddha back to this world, and the whole town was lit up. Dhammapada was awed by the grandeur and glory of the whole scene of the Buddha's return. He respectfully approached the Buddha and said, "Venerable Sir, we have never seen or even heard of such magnificent and resplendent glory. Indeed, Venerable Sir, you are loved, respected and revered alike by Devas, Brahmas, and men." To him the Buddha said, "My son Sariputta, the Buddhas who are endowed with unique qualities are truly loved by men and Devas alike." At the end of the discourse, the 500 bhikkhus, who were the pupils of Sariputta, attained arahatship, and a great many from the congregation attained Sotapaddi fruition. In other words, Buddhas are dear to men and Devas. Verse 182, the good are rare. Rare is birth as a human being. Hard is the life of mortals. Hard is the hearing of the sublime truth. Rare is the appearance of the Buddhas. Story related to Dhammapada verse 182. Arikapada the Naga king while residing near Varanasi, the Buddha uttered verse 182 with reference to Arikapada, a king of Nagas, dragons. Once there was a Naga king by the name of Arikapada. In one of his past existences, during the time of Kassapa Buddha, he had been a bhikkhu for a long time. Through worry, kakaka, over a minor offense he had committed during that time, he was reborn as a Naga. As a Naga, he waited for the appearance of a Buddha. Arikapada had a very beautiful daughter, and he made use of her as a means of finding the Buddha. He made it known that whoever could answer her questions could claim her for a wife. Twice every month, Arikapada made her dance in the open and sing out her questions. Many suitors came to answer her questions hoping to claim her, but no one could give the correct answer. One day, the Buddha saw a youth named Uttara in his vision. He also knew that the youth would attain Sotapaddi fruition in connection with the questions put by the daughter of Arikapada, the Naga. By then the youth was already on his way to see Arikapada's daughter. The Buddha stopped him and taught him how to answer the questions. While he was being taught, Uttara attained Sotapaddi fruition. Now that Uttara had attained Sotapaddi fruition, he had no desire for the Naga princess. However, Uttara still went to answer the questions for the benefit of numerous other beings. The first 4 questions were: 1. Who is a ruler? 2. Is one who is overwhelmed by the mist of moral defilements to be called a ruler? 3. What ruler is free from moral defilements? 4. What sort of person is to be called a fool? The answers to the above questions were: 1. He who controls the 6 senses is a ruler. 2. One who is overwhelmed by the mist of moral defilements is not to be called a ruler. He who is free from craving is called a ruler. 3. The ruler who is free from craving is free from moral defilements. 4. A person who hankers after sensual pleasures is called a fool. Having had the correct answers to the above, the Naga princess sang out questions regarding the floods, ogas, of sensual desire, of renewed existence, of false doctrine and of ignorance, and how they could be overcome. Uttara answered these questions as taught by the Buddha. When Erikapada heard these answers, he knew that a Buddha had appeared in this world. So he asked Uttara to take him to the Buddha. On seeing the Buddha, Erikapada related to the Buddha how he had been a bhikkhu during the time of Kassapa Buddha, how he had accidentally caused a grass blade to be broken off while traveling in a boat, and how he had worried over that little offense for having failed to do the act of exoneration as prescribed, and finally how he was reborn as a Naga. After hearing him, the Buddha told him how difficult it was to be born in the human world, and to be born during the appearance of the Buddhas or during the time of their teaching. In other words, the four rare opportunities are to be reborn as human beings, life of mortal, hearing of the Dhamma, and the appearance of Buddha. Verse 183 to 185, the teaching of the Buddhas. Not to do any evil, to cultivate good, to purify one's mind, this is the teaching of the Buddhas. The best moral practice is patience and forbearance. Nibbana is supreme, say the Buddhas. A bhikkhu does not harm others, one who harms others is not a bhikkhu. Not insulting, not harming, restraint according to the Pamaka, moderation in food, secluded abode, intent on higher thoughts, this is the teaching of the Buddhas. Story related to Dhammapada verse 183 to 185, question raised by Thera Ananda. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 183, 184 and 185 with reference to the question raised by Thera Ananda regarding fundamental instructions to bhikkhus by the preceding Buddhas. On one occasion, Thera Ananda asked the Buddha whether the fundamental instructions to bhikkhus given by the preceding Buddhas were the same as those of the Buddha himself. To him the Buddha replied that the instructions given by all the Buddhas are as given in the above verses. Verse 186 to 187, insatiate are sensual pleasures. Not by a shower of coins can sensual desires be satiated. Sensual desires give little pleasure and are fraught with sufferings. Knowing this, the wise man, who is the disciple of the Buddha, does not find delight even in the pleasures of the devas, but rejoices in the cessation of craving, idati nibbana. Story related to Dhammapada verse 186 to 187. Dissatisfied young bhikkhu. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 186 of this book, with reference to a young bhikkhu who was unhappy with his life as a bhikkhu. Once, there was a young bhikkhu at the Jetavana monastery. One day his teacher sent him to another monastery to study. While he was away, his father became seriously ill and died without seeing him. But his father left for him 100 gold coins with his brother, the boy's uncle. On his return, his uncle told him about his father's death and about the 100 gold coins left to him. At first, he said that he had no need of the money. Later, he thought that it might be better to return to lay life, and as a result, he got dissatisfied with the life of a bhikkhu. Gradually, he began to lose interest in his life and was also losing weight. When other bhikkhus knew about this, they took him to the Buddha. The Buddha asked him whether it was true that he was feeling unhappy with his life as a bhikkhu and whether he had any capital to start the life of a layman. He answered that it was true and that he had 100 gold coins to start his life with. Then the Buddha explained to him that he would need to get food, clothing, household utensils, 2 oxen, plows, pickaxes, knives, etc., so that his 100 in cash would hardly meet the expenses. The Buddha then told him that for human beings there could never be enough, not even for universal monarchs who could call for a shower of coins or gems or any amount of wealth and treasures at any moment. Further, the Buddha related the story of Mandatu, the universal monarch, who enjoyed the glory of the devas both in the Katamaharajika and Tavatimsa realms for a long time. After spending a long time in Tavatimsa, one day, Mandata wished that he were the sole ruler of Tavatimsa, instead of sharing it with Sakka. But this time, his wish could not be fulfilled, and instantly he became old and decrepit. He returned to the human world and died soon after. At the end of the discourse, the young bhikkhu attained Sotapaddi fruition. In other words, wealth and being a deva cannot satisfy the cravings for sensual pleasures. Sensual pleasures lead to sufferings. Only the cessation of sufferings nibbana is the ultimate bliss. Verse 188 to 192 seek refuge in the Triple Gem. Many people, out of fear, flee for refuge to sacred hills, woods, groves, trees, and shrines. In reality, this is not the best and not a safe refuge. Fleeing to such a refuge, one is not released from all suffering. He who has gone for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha sees with right knowledge the Four Noble Truths: suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the Noble Eightfold Path which leads to the cessation of suffering. This is a secure refuge. This is the supreme refuge. By seeking such a refuge, one is released from all suffering. Story related to Dhammapada verse 188 to 192. Ajadatta, while residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verses 188 to 192 with reference to Ajadatta, a Brahmin. Ajadatta was the head priest during the time of King Mahakosala, father of King Pasenadi. After the death of King Mahakosala, Ajadatta gave away his property in charity, and after that he left his home and became a non-Buddhist ascetic. He lived with his 10,000 followers in a place near the border of the three kingdoms of Anga, Magadha, and Kuru, not far from a mound of sand where a powerful Naga was staying. To his followers and the people of these three kingdoms, Ajadatta used to exhort, pay homage to forests, mountains, parks and gardens, and trees. By doing so, you will be liberated from all ills of life. One day, the Buddha saw Ajadatta and his followers in his vision and realized that the time was ripe for them to attain arahatship. So the Buddha sent Thera Mahamoggalana to Ajadatta and his followers and told him that he himself would follow afterwards. Thera Mahamoggalana went to the place of Ajadatta and his followers and asked them to give him shelter for one night. They first turned down his request, but finally they agreed to let him stop at the mound of sand, the home of the Naga. The Naga was very antagonistic to Thera Mahamoggalana, and there followed a duel between the Naga and the Thera. On both sides, there was a display of power by emitting smoke and flames. However, in the end, the Naga was subdued. He coiled himself round the mound of sand, and raised his head, spreading it out like an umbrella over Thera Mahamoggalana, thus showing respect for him. Early in the morning, Ajadatta and the other ascetics came to the mound of sand to find out whether Thera Mahamoggalana was still alive. They had expected to see him dead. When they found the Naga tamed, and meekly holding his head like an umbrella over Thera Mahamoggalana, they were very much astounded. Just then, the Buddha arrived and Thera Mahamoggalana got up from his seat on the mound and paid obeisance to the Buddha. Thera Mahamoggalana then proclaimed to the audience of ascetics, "This is my teacher, the Supreme Buddha, and I am but a humble pupil of this great teacher." Hearing him, the ascetics, who had been very much impressed even by the power of Thera Mahamoggalana, were awed by the greater power of the Buddha. The Buddha then asked Ajadatta what he taught his followers and the residents of the neighborhood. Ajadatta replied that he had taught them to pay homage to mountains, forests, parks and gardens, and trees, and that by doing so, they would be liberated from all ills of life. The Buddha's reply to Ajidata was, Ajidata, people go to mountains, forests, gardens and parks, and trees for refuge when they are threatened with danger, but these things cannot offer them any protection. Only those who take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha are liberated from the round of rebirths, samsara. In other words, taking refuge in the Triple Gem is the best refuge. Understanding and practicing the Noble Eightfold Path will lead one to end suffering. Verse 193, the noble is rare. It is hard to find the noblest of men, he is not born everywhere nor in every clan. To whatever clan such a wise man is born, that clan prospers. Question raised by Theraananda. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 193 with reference to the question raised by Theraananda. One day, Theraananda pondered thus, our teacher has told us that thoroughbreds of elephants are born only among Chedanta and Upasatha breeds, that thoroughbreds of horses are born only among the Sind breed, that thoroughbreds of cattle are born only among the Usaba breed. Thus, he had talked to us only about the thoroughbreds of elephants, horses, and cattle, but not of the noblest of men, Purasajano. After reflecting thus, Theraananda went to the Buddha, and put to him the question of the noblest of men. To him the Buddha replied, Ananda, the noblest of men is not born everywhere, he is born only among Kadiyamahasala and Brahmanamahasala, the wealthy clans of Katiya and Brahmana. In other words, rare indeed is Buddha's arising. Verse 194, Four Factors of Happiness. Happy is the birth of Buddhas. Happy is the teaching of the sublime Dhamma. Happy is the unity of the Sangha. Happy is the discipline of the United Ones. Story related to Dhammapada verse 194. Many bhikkhus, while residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered verse 194 with reference to many bhikkhus. Once, 500 bhikkhus were discussing the question what constitutes happiness? These bhikkhus realized that happiness meant different things to different people. Thus, they said, to some people to have the riches and glory like that of a king's is happiness, to some people sensual pleasure is happiness, but to others to have good rice cooked with meat is happiness. While they were talking, the Buddha came in. After learning the subject of their talk, the Buddha said, Bhikkhus, all the pleasures you have mentioned do not get you out of the round of rebirths. In this world, these constitute happiness, the arising of a Buddha, the opportunity to hear the teaching of the sublime truth, and the harmony amongst the bhikkhus. In other words, the best happiness was the arising of a Buddha, learning the Dhamma, the unity of the Sangha, and the discipline of those living in harmony. Verse 195 to 196 Honor the worthy. He who reverences those worthy of reverence, whether Buddhas or their disciples, those who have overcome the impediments, and have got rid of grief and lamentation. The merit of him who reverences such peaceful and fearless ones cannot be measured by anyone as such and such. Story related to Dhammapada verse 195 to 196, Golden Stupa of Kassapa Buddha. While traveling from Savatthi to Varanasi, the Buddha uttered verses 195 and 196 with reference to a Brahmin and the Golden Stupa of Kassapa Buddha. On one occasion, while the Buddha and his followers were on a journey to Varanasi, they came to a field where there was a spirit shrine. Not far from the shrine, a Brahmin was plowing the field. Seeing the Brahmin, the Buddha sent for him. When he arrived, the Brahmin made obeisance to the shrine, but not to the Buddha. To him the Buddha said, "Brahmin, by paying respect to the shrine you are doing a meritorious deed." That made the Brahmin happy. After thus putting him in a favorable frame of mind, the Buddha, by his supernormal power, brought forth the golden stupa of Kassapa Buddha, and let it remain visible in the sky. The Buddha then explained to the Brahmin and the other bhikkhus that there were 4 classes of persons worthy of a stupa. They are the Buddhas, Tathagatas, who are homage-worthy and perfectly self-enlightened, the Paksha Buddhas, the Arya disciples, and the universal monarchs. He also told them about the 3 types of stupas erected in honor of these 4 classes of persons. The stupas where corporeal relics are enshrined are known as Saradhata Satya. The stupas and figures made in the likeness of the above 4 personages are known as Adisa Satya, and the stupas where personal effects like robes, bowls, etc. of those revered personages are enshrined are known as Parabhoga Satya. The Bodhi tree is also included in the Parabhoga Satya. The Buddha then stressed the importance of paying homage to those who are worthy of veneration. At the end of the discourse, the Brahmin attained Sotapaddi fruition. The stupa of Kassapa Buddha remained visible for 7 more days, and people kept on coming to the stupa to pay homage and obeisance. At the end of 7 days, as willed by the Buddha, the stupa disappeared, and in the place of the shrine erected to the spirits, there appeared miraculously a big stone stupa. Dhammapada chapter 15 verse 197 to 208, Happiness. Verse 197 to 199, Happiness. Happily we live without hate among the hateful, amidst hateful men we dwell without hating. Happily we live in good health among the ailing, amidst ailing men we dwell in good health. Happily we live without yearning among those who yearn, among people who yearn we dwell without yearning. Story related to Dhammapada verse 197 to 199, Pacification of the relatives of the Buddha. The Buddha uttered verse 197 to 199 with reference to his relatives who were quarreling over the use of the water from the Rohini River. Kapilavatthu, the town of the Sakyans, and Koliya, the town of the Kalyans, were situated on either side of the Rohini River. The cultivators of both towns worked the fields watered by the Rohini River. One year, they did not have enough rain, and finding that the paddy and other crops were beginning to shrivel up, cultivators on both sides wanted to divert the water from the Rohini River to their own fields. Those living in Koliya said that there was not enough water in the river for both sides, and that if only they could channel the water just once more to their fields, that would be enough for the paddy to mature and ripen. On the other hand, people from Kapilavatthu argued that, in that case, they would be denied the use of the water and their crops would surely fail, and they would be compelled to buy from other people. They said that they were not prepared to go carrying their money and valuables to the opposite bank of the river in exchange for food. Both sides wanted the water for their own use only, and there was much ill will between them due to abusive language and accusations on both sides. The quarrel that started between the cultivators came to the ears of the ministers concerned, and they reported the matter to their respective rulers, and both sides prepared to go to war. The Buddha, surveying the world with his supernormal powers, saw his relatives on both sides of the river coming out to meet in battle, and he decided to stop them. All alone, he went to them by going through the sky, and stopped immediately above the middle of the river. His relatives, seeing him, powerfully and yet peacefully sitting above them in the sky, hid aside all their weapons and paid obeisance to the Buddha. Then, the Buddha said to them, "For the sake of some water, which is of little value, you should not destroy your lives which are of so much value and priceless. Why have you taken this stupid action? If I had not stopped you today, your blood would have been flowing like a river by now. You live hating your enemies, but I have none to hate. You are ailing with moral defilements, but I am free from them. You are striving to have sensual pleasures, but I do not strive for them." In other words, do not hate, abandon defilements and sensual pleasures, then happiness will arise. Verse 200. Be without impediments. Happily we live, we who have no impediments. Feeders on joy, shall we be like the gods of the radiant realm. Story related to Dhammapada verse 200. Maratha Buddha uttered verse 200 with reference to Mara. On one occasion, the Buddha saw in his vision that 500 maidens from Pankasala village were due to attain Sotapaddy fruition. So he went to stay near that village. The 500 maidens went to the riverside to have a bath. After the bath, they returned to the village fully dressed up, because it was a festival day. About the same time, the Buddha entered Pankasila village for alms food, but none of the villagers offered him anything, because they had been possessed by Mara. On his return, the Buddha met Mara, who promptly asked him whether he had received much alms food. The Buddha saw the hand of Mara in his failure to get any alms food on that day, and replied, "You wicked Mara! It was you who turned the villagers against me. Because they were possessed by you, they did not offer any alms food to me. Am I not right?" Mara made no reply to that question, but he thought that it would be fun to entice the Buddha back to the village and get the villagers to insult the Buddha by making fun of him. So he suggested, "O Buddha, why don't you go back to the village again? This time you are sure to get some food." Just then, the 500 village maidens arrived on the scene and paid obeisance to the Buddha. In their presence, Mara taunted the Buddha, "O Buddha, since you received no alms food this morning, you must be feeling the pangs of hunger." To him the Buddha replied, "O wicked Mara, even though we do not get any food, like the Abhisara Brahmas who live only on the delightful satisfaction, piti, and bliss, sukha, of jhana, we shall live on the delightful satisfaction and bliss of the Dhamma." At the end of the discourse, the 500 maidens attained Sotapaddy fruition.